All right, welcome everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order. If you'll please all stand and do the pledge of allegiance. Thank you. We do have a quorum. Director Rice has let us know that she's going to be a little bit late, but we'll continue on without her. Any report from closed session, Mr. Carmel?
I'm sorry. Yes, we discussed the general manager recruitment and the IAFF negotiation status, but there's nothing to report.
Very good, thank you. Agenda review. Anybody have anything on the agenda that they want to move or change? Additions or deletions? Under regular business, we may want to move things around a little bit, but we can do that when we get there. All right, we'll go to public safety reports. We'd like to get the sheriff's report, please. Yes, sir, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's Deputy Kramer. I'm taking Commander Manueli's spot because he was double booked for a meeting at 2 o'clock today. So, sorry? I got a green light. There you go. Okay, so I'm going to give you some statistics and then hopefully field any questions that you have regarding the time period from December 1st to the 31st of 2018. Calls for service were reduced by about 30%. There were 236 calls for service in Cambria. Other areas of the coast station had similar calls. Los Osos had 617 calls for service. San Simeon was at 43, Cayucas was 148, and Avila was at 73. So that was an overall 30% reduction in calls for service. Reports were reduced. There were 20 reports taken in the month of December, and they were reduced by 38%. There was a domestic violence that was reported in Cambria as a call for service, and it was deemed unfounded. There were 18 disturbance calls, 0 burglary calls in the month of December. There was a theft at the library of a gentleman's backpack, and that has gone unresolved. There were 2 theft reports taken. There were 4 vandalism reports taken. There was 0 mail theft, and there was 1 phone scam that was a scam that was affiliated with Apple, the company. Suspicious search there were 11 calls for service. My commander noted that he would urge people to contact the sheriff's office if they believe that there's something suspicious going on. And he noted a case in Georgia where some folks called in an anonymous tip, and law enforcement responded and actually prevented a suspect in Georgia from thwarting attack on the White House. So it may seem like you shouldn't call, but that's what our agency is in place for. We respond to calls for service. So if you have a question or a concern, please go ahead and call us. There was an incident where we assisted park rangers on a stopped vehicle where a male subject basically barricaded himself in the car and would not comply with the state park rangers. So deputies responded and subdued him and took him to jail. So that problem was resolved. Other than that, I haven't done these meetings, so I'll be at your mercy, and if you have questions, I'll try to provide you an answer.
It's not quite that bad. Does anyone have any questions for
Yeah, I'm just a little bit curious, so why is it that at a very busy time of the year, at least here in Cambria, with regard to, tourists coming to town, that service calls and reports were reduced by around a third? What would you attribute that to?
Weather. I would say that the last couple weeks of some rain and some inclement weather has slowed down the calls for service that we deal with on a regular basis concerning our transient resident population. And I think that those generate a lot of the calls for service in the area.
Oh, thank you. Let's hope it can stay that way for a while, right?
All right, anyone else? Questions? No? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate
welcome.
your report.
Have a good afternoon.
Chief Hollingsworth, you're up.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting us be here today. For the month of December, we also noted a reduction in emergency calls, just about 20%, where it had 69 emergency responses in the community. It is a good question as to why that occurs. I think weather did have a play in that. However, we typically, over averages, notice that it goes up during this time for a number of reasons. But we're happy to say that the emergency responses were down. For the month of December, we had 2 fires, relatively small in nature, 41 medical aids and 2 vehicle accidents here in the community. About a week and a half ago, we had another fairly significant residential fire here in town with almost a complete loss of the structure, but we're happy to say that the person got out, and the person got out of that fire because of working smoke detectors in their home. So this is just a good reminder to you that it is a good time to go ahead and change those batteries and update it. It seems like kind of a silly thing to do sometimes, but they do work and they serve a good purpose. So please do that. And remember that if you are in a position where you don't feel safe to get up on a ladder to do so, do not hesitate to call the fire station. We're happy to send the crews out and help out, change out those batteries as necessary. We're ending up the year with, you asked questions about percentages in regards to local versus non-local. We're happy to maintain those figures, but we're still delivering service to about 81% local versus 19% non-local. That tends to run about the average continuously. We were able to get some more reserve personnel available this month and get out, and they're up to 234 of the total hydrants done now. We're finding everything to be in good compliance, but it's a good opportunity to just be able to exercise them and lubricate them appropriately, and they tend to be working very well. We will, probably this next month, I hope to be giving you a staff report on surplusing our old fire engine and an old rescue boat, and be able to cycle those. And this is all part of the consolidation and narrowing of our fleet to be more lean and mean, if you will. So this is a good way for us to move forward, and hopefully you'll be able to see that this next month. In line with that, the new command vehicle that was purchased at the end of this last year has been sent away, and it's being outfitted right now. So hopefully within the next month and a half or so, that'll be back online. And that just creates an issue where we're able to then take existing vehicles and rotate them into other uses. So it's a really good way to get a lot more years out of the vehicles that we do purchase, as opposed to just cycling them out of service. So it's a good way to move forward. And finally, just a quick update on the grants. As you know, that we applied for and were approved to move forward on 2 grants through the Hazard Grant Mitigation Program. This was secondary to the disaster declaration that went with the fires and stuff down south. And we're going to be meeting in the near future and working on both of those applications. And those are for fuel reduction programs within the community. And they're being done in concert with other applications with grants that are being hosted by the Fire Safe Council. We're trying to hit as many different parts of the community as possible. So hopefully we'll have good news as we move forward with that. We still have not heard word. In fact, nobody has heard word from AFG in regards to the federal grants. There's obviously some national politics involved in all of that, and everything's kind of on hold right now. So we're still pending whether or not we're going to get any kind of award for the radio application we did. And then lastly, in conjunction with the Fire Safe Council, we're going to be applying, we actually already have the money to do this, but we're working towards creating an evacuation modeling for the community. And we had the opportunity to just have a meet and greet meeting and start this process yesterday afternoon with some of the professors from Cal Poly, myself, members from Cal Fire, and members with the Fire Safe Council. And they've already done this for a couple of places in the community. This is fairly new technology and how they're putting everything together. But they're taking data from a parcel and street level in regards everything from how many cars are presumed to be there, length of streets, street widths, projected speeds, number of people, parcels. They're putting all this data together, and they're able to identify fairly accurately how fast it will take to help evacuate part of the community. There's a number of reasons why that's important. Obviously, from my perspective, if we're looking at an event like the chimney fire, we can now create trigger points as the fire may progress towards this area. If we know it takes X number of minutes to evacuate certain portions of the community, we can define when those trigger points are based on the rate of fire spread. Additionally, this might help and hopefully help hone part of our approach in regards to future evacuation planning, whether or not we're looking at enhanced roads, improving roads that are already there, identifying other ways out of the community, additional modified changes to the fire code. This is all the beginning process for this. The professors at Cal Poly are very excited about doing this for us, and we're proud to be part of the process. So as we have more information, I'll bring that to you. I think it's a very valuable effort to move forward. I want to thank President Pearson for kind of spearheading some of the direction that we were able to move forward on that. So I'm over to you for any questions.
Okay, thank you for the great report. Any questions? No? Very good. Thank you, Chief. All right, well, now we're going to get a report from the Chairman of the Pros Commission, Mr. Niffen. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Just to be, one of the 6A is the item on the schoolhouse, and if I may just address that real quick. If I may be as simple as saying that we want to help facilitate that project, however the Historical Society sees fit. There is a little bit of a discussion that I'm sure will be had here in a few moments, but we want to help facilitate that, and we are not opposed to the pocket park there on the bottom of Bridge Street is being used. One of the things that I think was brought up, I'm not sure if it's in the packet, is that we were in support of a 99-year lease instead of the actual transfer of the property. Kermit brought up the fact that in 100 years you don't want to know, you don't know what's going to be. And so his idea was $1 a year or whatever a simple lease would be. So that was one thing. And I'll answer questions if you had more on that. A couple of the things that we just discussed at the meeting, because we don't necessarily have money to deal with stuff. We talk about the homelessness on the Fiscalini Ranch at some point. We talk about phase 2, developing the playing fields. More than a playing field, we discuss workout stations, other things that aren't a field, but more of an active recreation to help move that project forward and align with the county idea that we've got active recreation there, but not really focusing on green grass being watered, more just on activity. And then the other thing that's been going on quite a bit is the pool. The people at the pool committee, Beth Udevin and Jim, have been coming and they've been diligently working on their project, and they've met with Nick Franco and County Parks, and they're really focused on Shamel Park and more than refurbishing, just putting a new pool in there. They've brought samples of materials and ideas and the whatnot, and just in the guise of money, they've been assuring us that they're planning on raising the money themselves. You know, we're going to give up some land, we're going to give up some stuff, but they are really sure that once they get their 501c3 going, and they are kind of waiting for a location that's been okayed by the county before they start actually raising money. Nobody wants to give money until there's a spot. But they should be able to get the money on their own. So I'm skeptical of that, but I'm happy to listen to that process going forward, because we honestly believe that swimming in the community is something that's vital, not just to the kids, but to the older generation too. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Great, thank you. Good report. Any questions? Yes?
Yes, I do have a question regarding, I think maybe not, okay. Regarding the pool and the idea of their obtaining the money, is that inclusive of maintenance beyond the actual structure of the pool and?
Yes, we hope so. Well, nobody in the government wants to pay that money. So we're pretty assured that we're going to make sure that they come up with that, because The ongoing cost is the one thing that really kind of looms out there
Right,
for
right.
all of us, because there's some pretty stout numbers that go along with the costs every year. So, some people say $400,000 to $500,000 just to maintain
Would that
that
be-
thing. So, but there's lots of people out there, and there's a lot of support for it. So I'm not going to, bemoan the fact that they probably will come up with a fairly substantial amount of money that'll make us at least consider it.
Okay.
So.
And I would assume, too, that would take into consideration carrying insurance.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big ball of
Oh, yeah,
wax,
yeah,
and I
it's a
think
big
the
nut,
first thing
yeah.
that we're really trying to help them for is location, and once there's a location, then all the other little pieces will come together, and it's a complicated,
Right.
project
okay.
for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it's been the county's idea that they could just hand things off to us, so maybe after we get it built and everything, we could just hand
Hand
it
it
off
back
to
to
the
them,
county,
yeah.
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 That would be nice.
Well, it was brought to our attention by Elizabeth that it is a county park, and that
Yes.
it will be serving all the residents of the county, so there is a little bit of shared,
There is. Very well. Are you going to be able to stick around until we get to 6A, just in case?
Yeah.
I know you're a busy
Yeah,
person,
I will
so-
try.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, moving on, we are now on public comment. And first up will be Tina Dickinson, followed by Tom Gray.
Push this on. Good afternoon, Board. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I'm taking the time here at public comment to address two documents. One that was supposedly, I guess, posted to the district's website on January 14th of this week, called the Sustainable Water Facility Feasibility Study and Assessment of Environmentally Sensitive Habitat Areas, known as ESHA. The report is not in draft form. It was compiled by Cindy Cleveland, the district's hired biologist, and Mr. Greshams, retired engineer of the district. In the introduction, the CCSD says it completed the sustainable water facility during 2014 in response to an epic long-term drought. It was not called the it was sustainable water facility in 2014. The permit was for an emergency water supply project, so that in itself is incorrect. It goes on further to say that the certified project EIR included a land use analysis and local coastal program consistency analysis in developing its adopted mitigation measures. However, questions have since been raised by Coastal Commission staff over unmapped ESHA. ESHA, again, the environmental sensitive habitat areas. Therefore, this study was initiated to help address this concern. Interestingly enough, there is no date on this report, this 19-page report. No agencies are listed as having been sent this report, and agencies I've spoken to did not receive it. So then that was the 14th, and then yesterday I sent this to Mr. Luster at the Coastal Commission and asked if he'd seen it. He said no. And then on the 15th, a memorandum was sent out to the district from the ecologist who came out on September 24th. I think, President Pearson, you were at that meeting out in the area that was being looked at for ESHA and unmapped ESHA. The introduction of this memorandum in the first paragraph says, as part of the review, the district and the county requested Coastal Commission staff to provide guidance as to whether the project site includes environmentally sensitive habitat areas, ESHA, that may be affected by the proposed project. This memo evaluates that question, and it's a 19-page report with a lot of documentation, data at the end, but the last paragraph says this: the entire project site and much of surrounding area is ESHA. In sum, the entirety of the proposed project, may I continue this a couple of sentences, please. In sum, the entirety of the proposed project site for the long-term water facility meets the definition of ESHA under the Local Coastal Program LCP. Much of the site is made up of features that are categorically considered ESHA under the LCP definition, for example, wetlands, creeks, and riparian areas. Roughly an acre includes Monterey pine forest, and that is ESHA because of its special qualities noted above and critical habitat for the federally threatened species California red-legged frog, including the aquatic portions of this site that are ESHA. Because these areas serve as vital foraging, sheltering, and dispersal habitat for this threatened species, these upland areas qualify as ESHA for these reasons. So I spoke with President Pearson this morning and asked if he had received this memorandum, and he said he had not. And so I forwarded it to him for his review. And I am kind of surprised that staff has not provided the board with this very, very important information. But more importantly, why was this information not included in the report, the feasibility report? It was supposed to be a part of it. So I question that, and this is serious stuff, folks. You need to work with the Coastal Commission, not alienate them. You've been told that over and over and over. Thank you for allowing me the extra time.
You're welcome. Does the general manager want to address some of this, or?
Sure, I'll answer what I can. I did forward it, submit the feasibility study to the county, and I guess it was an oversight on my part that I didn't provide it to Tom Lester. I have, however, since then, emailed him, and we are scheduled for a phone call tomorrow.
Okay, very good. Mr. Carmel, you've been working with the county on this. Was it the instruction to us to give it just to the county, or was there other reasons here?
The feasibility study was requested by the county. In their code, the regulation of public utility facilities includes a component that requires a feasibility study. So at a certain point, they directed us to prepare one and to submit one, and that's what was done.
Okay, very good.
Really, the Coastal Commission wasn't a part of the discussion, although I'm sure the county was informing them along the way that we were preparing the feasibility study.
Yeah. I will say that I know that up until the meeting that we had out in September at the containment pond, the county and our people and the Coastal Commission were all meeting on a regular basis. And at that meeting, it was kind of decided that there were two different opinions of what ESHA was and where the ESHA areas were. And it was kind of decided that the county had a different opinion of ESHA's to the Coastal Commission, and that two different reports would be made. Okay, and I think that's where we're at now. I'm a little surprised, but maybe it was better that they did things separately, and now the county, okay, who we're basically headed for now, okay, will now have the opportunity to meet with us and go over where we're at, and our next step is probably a hearing. Is that correct, Mr. Carmel?
As I understand it, this was the last component of the application for the regular coastal development permit that was missing. So at this point, I think they're going to place us on a planning commission agenda probably several months out.
Okay, very good. I think we'll leave that where it lies then. Thanks. Tom Gray, followed by Karen Dean.
Hello, can you hear me? Yep. Hello, thanks for letting me speak briefly. I'm talking today about something that's not really specifically a CCSD item, but I want to tell everybody who in the room, as well as up there, that we have another election coming up for the North Coast Advisory Council. I think most of us in this room know that the NCAC exists. A lot of people don't. And we always have to, I think, make a pretty strong pitch to get people to come out to run for the seats. And we're going to do it again this year. We had a pretty good turnout last year of voters, I know that. There are 3 seats up in Cambria. There's one in San Simeon. Area 3 is the mainly Park Hill and Seacliff. Area 5 is the area of Lodge Hill that's east of the highway. Area 7 is Lodge Hill, which is generally up the hill and south of Ardath. The election is April 2nd. The nominations, basically you just do a short application, are due no later than the next NCAC meeting, which I believe is February 20th. They can be brought to that meeting. They can also be mailed to the NCAC at P.O. Box 533. You can find the applications at the new NCAC website, which I'll give you the web address for that because it's changed. It is ncacslo.org. Cindy's nodding her head because she had a very, very important role in getting that going. This is a very important position for people to serve in Cambria because it is basically our arm of county government. They advise the county supervisor on some very important issues, especially land use, but also transportation, also public works, long-term policy for the health of the town, the health of our environment. Basically, the county is our government, our municipal government, and this is the only elected body in Cambria which directly interfaces with that government. So it's an important thing. I'm on my second tour of duty. I was a member back several years ago. I'm an alternate now. It's great. You have great people working for it. You can meet the supervisor every month and talk to him, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for anybody. So thank you.
Good,
April
very
2nd.
good. Thanks, Tom. Good message. Karen Dean.
Hi. This weekend is a King Tides event. A King Tide is the highest tide of the year. The California Coastal Commission is asking Californians to submit their photographs of the King Tides to their website. They're having a contest. The Green Space is also having a photograph contest. And we're inviting people to come to the gazebo at the Shamel Park at 9 o'clock on Sunday. We will have a speaker. Get this right, so I don't keep turning my head. Robert Roger of the SLO chapter of the Citizens Climate Lobby, who's going to be explaining the connection between climate change and the high tides. We will be serving hot chocolate and coffee and assisting people with learning how to submit their photos to both the Coastal Commission and to Green Space. Anyway, I'd like to invite all Cambrians to come at 9 o'clock on Sunday at the gazebo at Shamel Park. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we will now acknowledgements, and we have a proclamation for our recently retired engineer, Mr. Robert Greshams, do we have the proclamation?
Yes.
If I'm supposed to read it, then I ought to have it, right? Oh, I have to go down there. Cambria Community Services District Proclamation, Robert Greshams, District Engineer for his service to the community. Whereas Robert Bob C. Greshams, P.E., began his career with the Cambria Community Services District on November 9th, 2000 as the District Engineer. And whereas Bob has faithfully and conscientiously served the district and its citizens for 18 years, during which period numerous projects were initiated under his direction and which will continue to have a vital and growing impact on the district. And whereas these years of service have been marked by exemplary dedication to the best interests of the community, and Bob has worked constantly for the betterment of the district's water and wastewater systems, which contribute to the health, safety, and comfort of this community. And whereas the district has benefited greatly because of Bob's leadership in guiding the engineering department and utility operations. During his tenure as district engineer, Bob served as an integral part in bringing about numerous studies on alternative water. I forgot to turn that off before I did that, huh? On alternative water supply projects, the master water plan, Stewart Street tanks projects, the urban water management plan, the water use efficiency plan, and the emergency water supply project, among many others. And whereas Bob has also served the community in many ways, including his service to the Water Resources Advisory Committee, the Regional Water Management Group, and numerous ad hoc and standing committees within the district. And whereas on behalf of the entire Cambria community, this board of directors wants to express its sincere appreciation to Bob for his service to the Cambria Community Services District over the past 18 years and wish him much happiness as he begins his new chapter in his life. Now, therefore, on this 17th day of January 2019, and by virtue of the authority vested in me as president, and on behalf of the board of directors and staff of the Cambria Community Services District, I hereby extend the deepest and most sincere appreciation of the entire Cambria community to Robert C. Greshams for his leadership and service to Cambria, the Central Coast, and the state of California. Congratulations, Bob, and really thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you, President Pearson and members of the board and the community in particular. It's been a real honor and a privilege. 18 years went by really fast. I didn't think I'd get choked up here. I did. So anyway, I thank the community of Cambria. I've worked with a lot of brilliant people out there. It's been a real challenge at times, and it's kept me sharp and steel with steel, and it's just amazing the brilliance this town has, and it's kept me on my toes, and I appreciate all the input, no matter what side of the aisle you're on a particular issue. I try to do my best in whatever the board has directed our general manager, and it's filtered down to me. So again, I really love this community, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we will now take a break for about 10 minutes. We'll restart at about quarter till on that clock up there, and there's some cake and coffee and refreshments in the back for all of us to enjoy with Mr. Greshams. Thank you. All right, let's reconvene, please. We are on to the consent agenda, and Mr. Carmel, help me out on this one. I have a request to speak on the consent agenda, item 5A. Is that kosher?
Everything's kosher in public
Okay.
comment world.
Okay, good. So Mary Webb, there she is.
Good morning, Mary Webb, Cambria. I just wanted to make some comments on some of the items that are on the consent agenda because I don't quite understand them. One is a charge for Brentag Pacific. It's for the emergency water project, $8,200 for install, retrofit of a sulfuric acid tank. I'm wondering if someone can elaborate on why we needed another tank. Did something happen to the other one? Wasn't there a tank to begin with, or why that charge was made? There are several dozen names of refunds for assignment positions, and I wanted to know if someone could explain what these transactions are. You know, some of the names are Linda, Alan, David, Bashara, William, Barbara. Every month there's dozens of these refunds, and I don't understand those. Farallon Inc., who is Farallon Inc., and what professional services were created for the water project in the amount of $2,585? Please, and I request that the work product be provided. Placer Title Company, CSD is paying services to Placer Title. I was wondering if these are waitlist expenses. Perhaps we need a new policy that says if someone wants to transfer or change their position, water positions, they should forfeit their place on the list entirely. That would help us maybe not have to pay those kinds of fees. There are two charges to payments to SLO County, one for $3,592.20 for hazmat site surcharges, and it reports that there were disclosures were charged to the water department. I wondered, did something happen? Was there some kind of an incident? And where are the documents on that project? SLO County Public Works, there was $470 paid for the emergency water supply to test boron sulfate. And I wondered why. I don't think the machine is running, so I was wondering first, why is SLO County doing the testing? And why are we testing for boron if the machine's not running? Solenis LLC, there's a wastewater charge for $4,789. It's all abbreviated, and so it would be nice to know like what that charge is for. You can't tell on the expenditure sheet. To the State Water Resources Control Board, there's $103,183.76. Various charges to the wastewater, water department, and emergency project. Are these just normal annual charges? If not, what are these charges? And it said that we paid for a water rights determination, and I wondered if we got a water rights determination, why don't we have a document in the staff report with a water rights determination? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we can address all of those today. Do you want to contact Ms. Webb at some future point? And
Sure, I can go through some of them pretty quickly if you want.
okay, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so the assignment is, we do take a deposit for assignment fees. That's related to wait list sales. When somebody sells their property, they assign the wait list position to the new owner. That is a deposit that we take to reimburse the CCSD for the costs associated with processing that paperwork, and then we refund whatever the amount is over that. So that's what those refunds are referencing. As far as the $8,254 for the SWF install of the retrofits or sulfuric acid tanks, our new CPO, Jim Green, what he was able to do was negotiate this price, which was a price that we were quoted, it's almost the same price as we were quoted for retrofitting one of the tanks out at the SWF, and he was able to get them all done for this price. So what it is there's two tanks, one tank inside of a bigger tank. The tank inside was weeping, so they were replaced and retrofitted, as I understand it. So that's what that cost is for. Let's see. She asked about Placer Title. That's related to voluntary lot mergers. So we pay a fee, or we pay up to $800 for every voluntary lot merger. So we do pay placer title for that process. Let's see, what was the other one? The boron read is another item that Jim was able to negotiate the county's lab to take over that testing for us. We are still required to test with the SWF, even though it's not running. That, because we are blending the water as we discharge it from the evaporation pond, and so we have to test the boron levels in order to make sure they're complying with what the regulations are. So, let's see, what else did you ask? The State Water Board, that is, those are regular annual permit fees. I don't know about the water rights determination, but I can look into that one. And were there any others?
There was Farallon Consulting. They serve as our expert witness in the CDM Smith lawsuit, and their work product is privileged.
And you asked one about Solons, I believe, and I'm not sure what that is. Do you know what that one is, Pam? Yeah. So I could look into those two items if you want to get a hold of me. SLO County Hazmat. Yeah, I'd have to look into those also. I didn't anticipate a question on those, I'm sorry.
Okay, but you can tell us that we did not have a spill or anything like that, and there was no incident that they...
No, there was no incident.
Okay.
I'm sure those are probably just our standard fees that we pay the county. They do various work for us.
Okay. Very good. Anything else?
I'd like to make a couple of comments, if I could.
Sure.
Just briefly on the expenditure report. When we look at the hazmat disclosure state site surcharge to the county, is this in reference to the fact that we have hazardous material, at both the water facility as well as related to the water department? I'm asking the general manager, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was reading a text message from staff giving me the answer.
Cool.
So it is that we do have to pay those fees as an annual renewal for updating our hazmat plans.
Oh, in case something happens with the hazardous material?
When you have hazardous material, you do have to have plans for responding.
Right. So these are like various chemicals that we have,
Yes,
especially out at the water facility, right?
yes.
Yeah. I guess the reason I'm bringing, President Pearson, do you want to say something?
Yeah, we have hazardous materials at the wastewater treatment thing and the SWFs.
Right. I understand that. I guess my concern is, and if somebody wants me to describe myself as an environmentalist that's deeply concerned about our relationship to the planet, it's just troubling that in the 21st century we have hazardous materials at a water facility or wastewater facility, whatever you'd want to call it. It just seems like there would be a better way to do things as we move forward, trying to live in harmony with the planet. Another thing that I wanted to bring up, I took the time to add up all of the costs, and since I did it by hand, I didn't use a calculator. It took a little while. I took the time to add up all the costs for the emergency water facility for this past year, and it's a bit down from previous years because we haven't had some of the major expenditures, especially regarding the environmental impact report and a second environmental impact report. But in case anybody is interested, and there were actually months this year where we were down below $20,000, which was unheard of in 1 month. It was below 20,000, 2 months, below $20,000 for the month, which was unheard of in the past. But the overall amount of money that was spent on the emergency water facility operations for the past 12 months was just a little over $1.2 million. I think it's important for people, whether you support this facility or not, to understand the fact that this is about the amount of money that could have spent for taking care of all of the needs of the sewer plant, of the wastewater facility, everything that's on the capital improvements project for this year could have been taken care, and for the coming year. Some for the coming year could have been taken care of for all this money that we've spent for a facility that isn't operating. Thank you.
Yes, Director Howell.
May I ask the general manager, if she responds to Mrs. Webb, could I have a copy of that response? Because she raised some questions that I might benefit from the answers. And I wanted to thank Mrs. Webb for her careful examination of that report. But,
Of course, I'd be happy to provide you with a copy.
thank you.
Good, thank you.
President Pearson,
Yes.
I have a question on item C, and I'd like to pull item D because I think there may be an issue that we need to resolve before we approve.
Okay, so your questions on
Item C, I noticed that we're appointing Jim Berenger, which is great. I'm glad that he's going to come back and help us out. But I noticed he's replacing somebody that was just appointed, that we just appointed in December. So I'm curious if we have the story behind that or something, if that's not an inappropriate or out of line question.
I believe he's being appointed as an alternate, and Terry Lord
Okay.
was appointed as, if you're talking about her, she was appointed
So
as
she's
a
still
regular.
on
Yes.
okay, thank you. That's where my confusion came in. I appreciate the answer then.
Okay, and you wanted to pull item
D.
5D?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
But I would
Anything-
move approval of everything except item D. A
Okay,
through
we have
D.
a motion to, do we have a second? Director Howell seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, carries 5-0. 5D.
This is the interfund loan policy.
Right.
Here's my concern. In looking at the policy, I don't know why I didn't notice this before, but I'm looking on page 38 in the board packet, which is page 1 of the policy. Under the policy section, the fourth paragraph that starts, "The agreements may include interest." That second sentence says, "Amounts loaned from the wastewater and water funds to other district funds must include an interest component." I thought that we could not loan from the water and wastewater to the general fund. Legally, I thought water and wastewater has to stay with water and wastewater, and we can only loan ourselves money from the general fund to the enterprise funds and not the other direction.
And that was referred to be excluded from the policy.
Okay.
And I'm trying to find,
Oh, in the minutes for the finance?
right.
I'm not aware of that restriction. Certainly, this is not my expertise.
Okay.
But the finance director just indicated that that sentence was supposed to be stricken.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was.
Okay.
So I think we can just strike it.
So I would move approval of this item with that specific sentence, and I'll read it so that it's on the record which sentence gets struck. It's in the fourth paragraph under policy. It says, "The amounts loaned from water and wastewater funds to other district funds must include an interest component." That sentence needs to be struck. And I would move approval with that change.
Okay, very good. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Director Stidel. We
I'd
need
like to
a,
thank the Finance Committee for doing this.
yeah, we've got a document now. Do we need a roll call vote on this? Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I do have a suggestion for one other change, if I might.
okay.
On the same paragraph, if we could change finance manager to general manager or designee.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's the maker of the motion agrees, that's fine.
Okay. Everybody else agree? Yes, I'm getting head shakes, and we'll do a roll call now with that included as an amendment.
Thank you.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Director Howe?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. All right, thank you. We'll now move on to regular business, and we will start with 6A. I do have a request from a couple of people to speak. Do we want to hold our discussion first or hear from them first? Staff report first? Okay, thank you.
I do believe we have Steve Niffen here as well, but I would be happy to address this. This is an item that came before the Pros Commission from the Historical Society, who's asking the Pros Commission to make a recommendation to the board to either sell or lease the property that belongs to the CCSD on Center Street so that they can relocate the historic Santa Rosa Schoolhouse. Legal counsel has looked at gift of public funds, which was one of their concerns, and there's no concern as far as that goes. And in addition to that, the Brown Act does allow for this to be discussed in closed session.
Thank you. Let's hear from the public on this one and see what's going on. First up would be Tina Dickinson, followed by John Ellers.
Thank you, Board President Tina Dickinson. On this item, I wonder how much thought has really gone into relocating the old schoolhouse to this property. Several things come to mind. First of all, Bridge Street, where the post office is located, is about the busiest, other than the Main Street section of town. When you want to go to the post office, you seldom can find a parking place. How do we address the Historical Society relocating this property to that location when that is such a congested area? Many of these gigantic trucks are parked on that street to deliver to the liquor store, and sometimes you can barely get by. So that's one. Then we have issues with possible flooding from the creek. Ms. Bettenhausen recently sent you a report from an injury that occurred to her when the sidewalk is broken. It was dangerous. She had a nasty fall. But what was the cause of the sidewalk being in the disrepair that it's in? From apparently maybe some issue with water, a water line, maybe from the creek. This really needs to be looked into. But this is not the spot for this historical building to be moved to. It is absolutely nonsensical, illogical, and I think extremely dangerous. It's just, you've got to be kidding. This is the last place this should be. So those are my thoughts, and I would hope that this would be thought of very carefully before we have even more accidents and more issues with people trying to get to the post office. It's just the last place in town I could think of. Why not the old dog park or somewhere where you're going out of the town and there's more area? Something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ellers, and I believe you're going to address some of what Ms. Dickinson's issues were anyway, correct?
Good afternoon. I'm John Ellers. I'm president of the Cambria Historical Society. I'd like to take you on a brief stroll down memory lane, if I may. In 1994, the Pros Commission had a vision for the East Village, and it's pictured in this picture, which I'm sure many of you have already seen. And that picture is a historic park along Center Street. In those days, the Bianchini house was fully dilapidated. The lot was overgrown with weeds and surrounded by a chain-link fence. And many thought that that would be destined to be a parking lot. However, after the longest probate in California history, the Historical Society got ownership of the Bianchini house in 1993, in 2001. And by 2008, it was opened as a museum, and today we have over 7,000 people per year. That's more than the population of Cambria going through the museum every year. So it's a start towards that vision. Then in 2014, the Cambria Historical Society obtained the Majetti House. Now we've remodeled that house, painted it, and we're currently in the process of refurbishing the landscaping, including all the drainage involved. In this same time, in 1999, Green Space acquired the property of the Chinese temple. And so this vision that started in 1994 is starting to come into fruition. And now we have the opportunity to put another brick in that wall that was visioned a long time ago. And that vision is to move the historic 1881 schoolhouse, the Santa Rosa Schoolhouse, from its current location here on Center Street to what's known as the Pocket Park. In my vision, coming down Center Street, seeing that schoolhouse is just going to be beautiful and a great addition and an entrance to this historic district. It will be a multi-use facility. It will not only be a museum, but we have ongoing operations, interactive programs with our schools. We have that's ongoing in the museum now, but the plans are to enhance that through the schoolhouse facility. Addressing some of the nuts and bolts issues of the transfer, the current schoolhouse currently is located at a measured elevation of 31 feet above sea level. The Pocket Park is at a level of 49 feet above sea level, so we are greatly reducing the possibility of having that structure, that historic structure, damaged by flooding. The sidewalk is in disrepair currently because there's subsidence, and in fact, there's some concern about building on that property because the old CCSD building was on that property at one time. However, the truth is that when ground is properly prepared and the foundations are properly designed, subsidence is not an issue, including subsidence of the sidewalk, which must be repaired. Because we're using it as a limited use facility, as a museum, traffic will be minimal, hardly any increase over what we currently have. We've identified parking issues with the county, and furthermore, all the setback issues involving the creek area, that'll be resolved through the minor use permit process. As far as use of water is concerned, there is a water meter on the property where the schoolhouse is currently located. There is also a limited use water meter on that Pocket Park area, and so there will be no increase in water usage. So this appears to be a win-win-win situation for the entire town. Laurel Stewart has worked very hard with her full committee for over a year. And as a result of that work, they have presented 4 options to the Pros Commission. And the Pros Commission, what I remember from that meeting, was that they recommended option 2, which is a philanthropic lease of the Pocket Park to the Cambria Historical Society. We would assume all responsibility for moving the drainage dish and preparing the ground and taking care of all the work for getting the moval accomplished. Towards that end, I would request that the board direct the general manager to sign the permit, allowing the Cambria Historical Society to have access to the property for the purpose of permitting, and also work with, have your staff work with us on all the legal issues that may arise with the county.
All right. Thank you,
May I?
John. You'll need to stick around. I'm sure somebody will have a question for you, if that's okay.
I'll be here.
Good. Good, thank you. All right, discussion. Anyone? Director Howell?
I'm a little unclear. The Historical Society wants option 2. Is that
What has
correct?
been labeled option
Yes.
2.
It's just so we're talking about the same thing. Is that also the recommendation of the Pros Commission?
That was my understanding.
I just wanted to make clear, it wasn't clear to me.
Yes.
So that's, okay, thank you. An informational one while I've got you. The additional thing about acquiring the triangle piece, there's a APN here referring to acquiring an additional piece of property that is to be used to, let's see.
The Cambria Historical Society is in favor of acquiring that if at all possible.
What is that?
In
I'm
this,
sorry, yeah.
it is interesting that in this document, this 1994 document, there was a concept of a footbridge over the creek to Tin City, even that long ago. And so the purpose of acquiring this little triangle piece of property, which is of zero use to anyone right now, is it would be an access for that footbridge, and we're in favor of that. Tying Tin City to downtown, or more literally, downtown to Tin Town, seems like a really, really good idea for planning for me.
Thank you.
Vice President Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. This issue, I recall, it was a few months back, when a number of members of let's say, the families that have been here for generations spoke up and were in favor of moving the schoolhouse over to where Santa Rosa Creek Road is, because that's originally, I believe, where the schoolhouse was, not in that location, but out on that road. And since they had family members that actually attended the schoolhouse, there's a certain feeling of, let's say, reverence for that location and just what it meant to those families, their parents and grandparents having attended that one-room schoolhouse. And I don't think we should kind of lose sight of that, but then again, with regard to where we're at now at this point in time, and I understand what Ms. Dickinson said about perhaps an increase in traffic with regard to that location. I can't think that adding the schoolhouse to that spot is necessarily going to have that major an increase in traffic, since it already is one of the busiest locations in our community. I don't think that schoolhouse being there is necessarily going to impact it that much greater, and it will certainly add. I mean, there's only, as Mr. Ellers alluded to, there's been so many improvements in that area that make it so attractive. And I know a lot of people also in our community are ambivalent about the major increase in tourism that takes place. But I look at it this way. There's places out there, Southern California, Northern California, the Valley, where people just come here to escape. And when I think about folks, and because I'm fortunate enough to be one of the major folks that tends the grounds at the Historical Museum, and I do other things around town, and I hear people come and comment on how great it is to come to Cambria, where they can just kind of decompress and just get away from the hustle and bustle of where they live, the pollution, the fast-paced, you name it. And I think anything that we can do to kind of beautify this community, it adds to, let's say, our appreciation of this town that we're fortunate to call home, but also make it a little bit nicer for people that visit here. I think, as John alluded to, it's kind of a win-win situation, and I would hope that people that are maybe a bit reluctant about putting the schoolhouse in this location would consider the overall benefit, not just to those of us who live here, but to the people who vacation here and help keep this a vital community, economically as well as socially. People come here and they feel good, and when you have people around you that feel good, we all feel good. That may seem like a kind of Pollyannish way of looking at it, but that's my take on it. Thank you.
Good. Director Rice?
I'd like to hear from the chair of pros, if you wouldn't mind. Mr. Niffen? If there were some additional thoughts or clarifications on the discussion that Prose
Well,
had.
just to let everybody know, I supported the dog park location with the historical families. I grew up with those people, so I'm on board with them. I think it would look beautiful in that spot. But all the other extenuating circumstances, basically ownership, says the pocket park, and it's just sitting there. We need to do something with the pocket park and get that thing going. They're on board for fixing whatever it is that needs to be fixed, and so we think that that's a good way to just get that ball rolling, clean up that piece of property and get going. One of the things that we're very concerned about, though, from Debbie Soto's point of view and the historical families, is if we believe that the contract reads if the schoolhouse isn't off the Poly window property in X amount of time, they take possession of it. We're worried about not having that piece of property ready, and we just want to be able to set it somewhere on CCSD property, i.e. the old dog park, for a temporary time until the property at the Bridge Street is prepared. So we just want that, and that's, I believe, identified in the agenda packet, but just know that that would be coming if they run into some problems at the Bridge Street location. But we were pretty much all on board with this program.
It's been some, I forget who was talking to me, is there any problem with the proximity to the creek?
That's why John is saying if we can just let them on the property, they can start evaluating all those things. They can't really evaluate them in an official capacity until we give them the say-so to allow them on the property to get their people out there to see. Is that?
We can't say officially, of course, but I can say that we have a reasonable expectation that approval will be attained.
Now, if, in the event that it turns out not to be the case, then the fallback would be the old dog park?
That is the leading alternate candidate, yes.
Thank you.
May I underline something that Steve just said, is that we have exactly 1 year from today to get that schoolhouse located. And that's one reason I made the request that, that the general manager sign our request for permitting so we can start the permit process. I understand it's about a 6-month setback, and so that only gives us, if we start today, that only gives us another 6 months to get the move done.
Yeah, I think we all understand that the time is of the essence here, as all the contracts say and stuff. Director Seidel.
So I understand what's trying to be accomplished, and I think that having the schoolhouse available for public access and for visibility is wonderful. Here are the concerns that I have about the pocket park. There was mention of having the visitors have a corridor where they can visit any number of things, which is fine, except that that corridor is so restricted in terms of access, in terms of the foot traffic that it gets because of the post office, the issues that the public feels about even having visitors coming in and taking up parking places so they can't get to the post office. I can just see a number of those things being exacerbated by assuming that there isn't going to be much more that comes that direction when that's what you want to have happen, and that's what's being verbalized. The idea of getting the additional parcel as a downline action and tying with a bridge effect into Tin City addresses even more the idea that there would be additional foot traffic coming in and potentially back and forth across that bridge that would have to be maintained. And does that become, in effect, a responsibility of the CCSD to do? And the access into Tin City is all well and good, but Tin City is Tin City. And unless they're going down to get their car fixed, I don't understand the access into Tin City. And, oh, okay, sorry, okay. Thank you. The traffic and the parking. I suppose that it'd be possible to do something like establish parking on the Tin City side that would have access across the bridge into that environment, but I don't know how practical that is and whether that's something that's been considered in any kind of planning. The one thing that is appealing to me emotionally or visually is the idea of the dog park area being used, just because it would be such a great, in essence, a monument to the history of Cambria, to have something standing down there very prideful that talks to the age and the history of the community. And that's the first thing that people are greeted with when they drive in off of Highway 1, and it says, "This is Cambria." That's a personal, emotional position on my part, and I understand that, but I would just offer that. And so those are my comments.
Thank you. Anyone? Yes, Director Rice?
So I tend to agree, and with your assessment of that, to have it on the way in, or as Ms. Dickinson said, on the way out of town, is a nice place to put it. I also think it's an emotional thing, but I also think that we were elected by the community to make decisions that are good for the community as a whole, and that having that opinion as an emotional opinion, I don't think negates any of its validity, because I think you're speaking to something that is a bigger picture for the whole community. When you're talking about traffic also, you're speaking to that. The bridge across the creek, what a great thing that would be to have that connector. And I know that the People Self-Help new affordable housing project that just got through the Planning Commission, one of the original things they were going to do was an extra walkway from People Self-Help up by the middle school down into the Tin City area. I also know that doing anything across a creek can add years and years to any kind of permitting, and you're right to bring up who takes care of it. Is it the responsibility of I mean, when they put in that one by the Bluebird, when was that, like 12, 15 years ago, something, 10 years ago, whatever. It didn't take as long as the Crosstown Trail, but it did take a while, and that's a substantial bridge there that goes to the rodeo ground. So I kind of went back and forth on this. I remain convinced that approving the Pocket Park agreement so that they can do the studies is a good idea, but I'm concerned about it being a sink for money, just sucking money in and not ever and getting anywhere, but figuring out that you can't build there. I think it's a problematic location, just geologically, and the pipe that had been underneath it, and then there's a number of issues with that particular property. It's not on me to say if the Historical Society wants to go there and do those studies and spend that money. I don't want to get in the way of that, but I also want to be on the record saying that's a problematic property. And as long as you're going in with your eyes wide open, I don't mind allowing the access. And I think that we should do some kind of agreement that they can put it on the old dog park property in the event that it's not ready, so that we should be able to give direction to staff so that they can put it there temporarily if the timing becomes tight. Because I don't want them to lose the building. So that's kind of where I am on it, if that made anything more clear.
Sure, Director Steidel.
I would be interested in knowing, because this is a possible make or break kind of position, one of the bulleted items under that option 3, the fourth one, where the connections to water and sewer could be made on the property and both are necessary to comply with county requirements. Are those possible? And I mean, if that's a flat out non-availability or not possible, that pretty much addresses item 3.
You're talking about option number 3 that
Right.
was on the thing?
Right, option 3, the fourth bullet, not yet learned from district staff where connections to water or sewer could be made on the property and both are necessary to comply with county requirements. Locate the schoolhouse on this parcel. We would have to build an ADA accessible restroom which I'm assuming you would need to do for the schoolhouse, period, no matter where it was located, either next to the schoolhouse or near the west side property line. And I would guess building an ADA accessible restroom on the Pocket Park property with the schoolhouse could be a challenge also.
But not on the other one? I see. Because it's historical, it's not needed on the Pocket Park area? Can you come up and, so that we can clarify this answer? Thank you, Laurel.
Yeah, Laurel Stewart, project manager. We have looked at all of these concerns, and the county was going back and forth as to whether or not we would have to have ADA accessibility on the Pocket Park. But there was discussion of how we have an ADA accessible restroom in the museum, and there is a crossing walk across Center Street at Burton. And
Yeah,
We have to-
I think there's more of those kind of facilities in that area than there certainly are out at the old dog park. And
Yeah,
I think
certainly, yeah.
the ability for us to serve that need, okay, is much better at the Pocket Park.
yeah, and our concerns were the cost, the infrastructure that would have to be installed on the dog park property. I mean, a road has to be brought in the proper place that would be approved by the people who sold that piece of property to the CCSD, according to the current covenant. That covenant has to be changed even if we park the schoolhouse on there temporarily. And we don't know where the lines run. We haven't yet heard back from CCSD as to where the lines run that we could hook into to provide the necessary sewer and water on the dog park.
Can I ask, is that
There
an
is water provided for that dog park property. There's certain
Okay.
allowance for a meter.
I don't think there's a meter on that property now.
No, but there is a certain percentage of an EDU.
So we have to go through that drill. And
Allowed for
and
that
we have to go through the drill with Mr. Behringer and his covenants that he
Right.
has on that
Right.
as it exists also.
Yeah.
You know, weighing in here on this, excuse me, but we gave this to the Pros Commission to look into. And we tasked them with coming up with the best solution, and they met with the Historical Society several times, and they vetted the entire thing. And I think that they did a wonderful job, and I think the Historical Society has done a wonderful job of looking at all the possibilities, and they have decided that that's the one that they would like. And
We have made offers on other properties too. You know, this is not our first choice.
And I think that our due diligence is to take the Pros Commission recommendation and say, unless there's something really radically wrong with it that we disagree with, we ask them to do the job. I think that's where we should go. So, Director Steidel.
Well, certainly it can be argued either way. It's just, yeah, it was just, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking access and the numbers of people on Bridge Street.
Our
and-
education program involves children being brought in by bus and dropped off, and then the bus leaves the area and comes back when the program
Okay.
is over. So that may
Okay.
allay some of your fears about.
Yes, thank you. That, yeah, knowing that kind of approach, especially when you were talking about the expansion of it to a multi-use facility, that was something that it hit the back of my head too, so
Yeah.
thank you. That does
Yeah.
help. Okay, well,
I just have a procedural question. So if we go with the recommendation of Pros, and then it turns out that they aren't able to build there for whatever reason that comes up, because they find a frog there, or who knows what things might come up, what then they come back to us, or
Yeah, I think that they would then come back to us and say, you know, we've done our due diligence, we've spent our money to do the permitting process, and it didn't work. Now we would like to pursue other options, and at that point, they may have 4 other options for us again.
I will
Okay.
say this, that if you could roll in as a component of whatever your decision might be about the Pocket Park, going ahead with an apparently willing party to a contract between the Behringers and CCSD. They seem to be amenable to modifying that restriction on the dog park property to allow for the schoolhouse. If you just did that, to allow for the schoolhouse to go there, and did that now so that in future, that would already be taken care of. That would
that's what I
then
was
be a
thinking.
viable option
Yeah,
in
and-
time.
Right, and at the same time, if you needed to park it there temporarily,
It would
Then
allow
right,
for
it
that.
would
I
allow
think
for
that's
that
an
also.
excellent recommendation.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I was going to come.
so the
forward,
resolution
yeah.
needs to be twofold then.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Do you want to formulate a motion, or shall I?
Please.
I would move that we take the recommendation from the Pros Commission regarding lease or purchase of the CCSD property by the Cambria Historical Society for the relocation of Santa Rosa Schoolhouse. We don't have do we know whether we're doing lease or purchase? Whether that's going to get worked out as part of a closed session?
Lease was their recommendation was the lease.
Okay, and, okay, so then I recommend so my motion is regarding a lease of the CCSD property by the Cambria Historical Society, and that we direct staff to allow for progress to put the schoolhouse temporarily, if needed, that the general manager has authorization to allow for that, sands, connections and things.
Right, to
but
change the
just to
covenants on
store
Mr.
it there.
Behringer's property.
Yeah,
Correct.
so that it can be stored there. Is the intention of that motion clear at all?
It is, but these should be in writing.
Okay.
This should be an agreement
Okay.
for a lot of reasons, because it involves an interest in real property.
Okay,
So we should probably bring this back in February. I think the Historical Society's main interest right now is getting a consent of landowner from the district.
okay.
So it could do its due diligence activities. With regard to that issue, I'd strongly recommend that you direct staff to prepare a indemnity agreement prior to executing the consent of landowner form, so we can be protected from any liability associated with their due diligence activities, because they'll be doing soil sampling and
So we're looking for actually consent of landowner more than dealing with the lease right now?
well, that's the sense that I got from the Historical Society, because we don't have the terms and conditions of
Okay,
anything
so
here.
then I withdraw my motion because it's inappropriate and premature.
All
But-
that we need is landowner permission to begin
Okay.
the permitting process, and we need that as soon as possible.
Okay, understood. I move that we provide landowner consent for them to do due diligence on the Pocket Park property on Center Street, and direct staff that should the need arise to store the schoolhouse on the dog park, that staff is prepared to provide the documentations and such to allow for that to happen.
And the indemnity
And
agreement.
the indemnity, yes, and there must be an indemnity written up.
Indemnity agreement that the Historical Society will execute before signing the consent of landowner form.
So
We-
moved.
We will? That takes us to a February session before we can do anything.
No,
No,
No.
we could prepare that agreement immediately
Okay.
tomorrow.
okay. So we're doing three things here. The indemnity agreement with the Historical Society, directing staff to prepare for potential movement of the schoolhouse temporarily to the old dog park property, and giving consent to conduct the studies that the Historical Society needs to do due diligence on the Pocket Park property. That only took me 3 times through. I think that's the motion.
Well, it's a little complicated.
Yeah, I think Director Stidel is happy that she didn't get into that wormhole.
Thank you.
Question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Al.
We're saying that they can proceed with their due diligence, but do we not also need to indicate our intent that that is where the schoolhouse should go? Do we not need to say that? I mean,
Wouldn't it be a matter more of allowing the due diligence so that they're in a position to determine whether it's possible?
well, understood, but don't we also, I mean, if they do their due diligence, then we come back and say we changed our minds? I mean, it seems to me there ought to be some recitation in there that it is our intention that the schoolhouse be allowed to go there. I don't know, is that?
Maybe we add a fourth and direct staff to prepare lease and put on the agenda in February for lease or,
Well, it won't be February. They got a lot of work to do before then. But John, you had another comment?
I was going to comment on this recent discussion that the original motion did not make a allowance for leasing, the philanthropic lease.
right.
So I thought that was missing from the motion.
That was
Okay.
my point, I think, that we needed to put
It
that
was,
in.
but we don't have a document yet, right, Mr. Carmel?
No, we don't. Can I just clarify, is it your intention to enter into the lease as you're doing it, or right after you do your due diligence, or after you apply for and receive your MUP? At what point do you want to execute this lease?
I'm prepared to execute the lease immediately, depending upon negotiation. I assume it's going to be $1 a year.
I don't know that. Oh, okay, but as soon as possible. Then I think it's appropriate to direct staff to do its own due diligence on this issue, and based on that, to bring back an appropriate lease consistent with what's in the packet at the February meeting,
Yeah.
assuming we can pull it together that quickly.
Yeah. I would add that amendment to it, so it is now a fourfold resolution that we're doing four things. Okay? You okay, District Clerk? Yes.
Well,
There is.
would you mind if we heard it read out first? Is that possible?
Okay, here I go. Director Rice moved that we provide landowner consent to do due diligence and direct staff that if the need arises to store the schoolhouse on the dog park, that staff prepare the paperwork and the Historical Society agreement, potential movement of schoolhouse and proceed due diligence on pocket park, direct staff to prepare lease, put on the agenda in February, direct staff to do their own due diligence and bring back an appropriate lease for the packet in February. Of course, I'm going to listen to this tomorrow and get the correct wording.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty close. Do we have a
Who's
second?
second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Direct,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Vice President Farmer, second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Can I-
Director,
Oh,
I need
yes.
to explain why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote.
Okay.
Because I've been lobbied by a number of people to put the schoolhouse on the dog park, I really want to second what President Pearson has said, that we've tasked pros with the issue of resolving this, so I really don't want to second guess them on this. I think that they've done good work and we should follow their recommendation, so I will be voting in favor of this motion.
Very good, thank you.
Director Rice,
Aye.
Vice President Farmer,
Aye.
Director Stidel,
Aye.
Director Howe,
Aye.
President Pearson.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We wound our way through that one, finally. Very good. All right,
Thank you for sticking around, Steve.
yes, thank you both for,
Somebody send a thank you
Sticking out.
card to that man.
Yeah.
They've done hard work in pros. Thank you to them.
next item, regular business, item number B. Would staff please introduce the item? And then I have a request for comment from the public.
Thank you, President Pearson and members of the board. This item is regarding scheduling a workshop to get public input regarding what they would like to see as far as knowledge, skills, and abilities for a future general manager. We did have a discussion about this at the January 3rd special meeting, and so the recommendation is that you schedule a workshop to receive the input and that district staff will make sure that AGP is available to video.
Okay. Like I said, we do have public comment. Again, Ms. Dickinson.
Thank you, Tina Dickinson. Can you hear me? Okay. On this item, I wasn't able to attend the January 3rd meeting, but I did write to the Board of Directors in my dissatisfaction with the fact that the staff had already put on their website an ad for the position of general manager. Not only did they put the ad, but they also, on the next page, had the qualifications that staff had arrived at for several months prior to that ad being placed on the website. Members of this community have stood before you, and other members of the board that were prior to your arriving, some of you, that they felt that a search committee should be put in place, and that within that search committee, members of the community, some members of the community be considered to be on such a committee. On January 3rd, this was discussed, and I have to say that I, in my letter to you all, I said I thought there was going to be a transition to transparency with the new board, and that I was sadly mistaken. I still remain sadly mistaken, because I don't understand how staff can put something on their website when it hasn't been brought before the public. We have an acting general manager, and we have Mr. Pavel Ogren in whatever capacity he's serving right now. But I don't understand how the community has been just left out of this, and now, January 17th, we're being told that, oh, we're going to arrange a meeting for the community to come and speak up on what qualifications they would like to see in a new general manager. How many people have already applied? How many people have seen the ad on the website? So this is again putting the cart before the horse in a very deceptive way. And I, as a member of this community, do not appreciate it one bit. We've been through 2 general managers. The last one was not vetted. And I don't know about the previous one, but we haven't had very good luck. And we need to get this right. We need to have someone who does have the expertise that is required to fulfill the obligations and duties of a general manager. My husband wrote 5.5 pages to the then board after Mr. Gruber was in so much trouble with the regional board. 5.5 pages of excellent suggestions of what a general manager should have. I will send it to those members of the board that were not on the board at that time for you to take a look at. Again, I'm very sad that you couldn't have brought this to the community prior to the item on today's agenda. But I hope you will take a really, really serious look when you do interview. And hopefully the members of the public will add more to whatever the staff decided the qualification should be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we want to have a meeting where we listen to the community on how we should go about hiring the new general manager, I guess. Director Steidel. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to learn, nothing that you're always on.
Yeah, I apologize.
Director Rice. Director Rice.
So I do want to make some clarification. The job ad that went up was not done by staff. It was created by the ad hoc committee, which is President Pearson and I. And the reason for the listening session, which I am very happy to recommend that we schedule soon, is for more detail on what kind of person. The ad isn't about what kind of person, it's more about the qualifications. What is the job? What are we looking for qualifications-wise? Now, what do you want in a general manager? What are the highest priorities for you as a community? those things are important. It's also important that the 5 people that have been elected to represent you, to guide the policy of this district and oversee the general manager and the people the general manager hires. It's important to have your input. We also work with the person on a much more regular basis. Some of you probably talk to the acting general manager more often than I do now that I'm not president, but I do know that it's important to hear from people, and it's important to know what your priorities are. The job ad is only the qualifications that we're looking for and what the job actually is on a basis like that. We haven't looked at the job description yet as a board. We still have that on our to go forward. So this is not cart before the horse. This is about scheduling some time to get some input from the community about this. Is any of that need to be corrected?
No, that's absolutely my thought also, is we needed to get an ad out so that we could get the process moving. It was over the holidays when we did do that. Again, what we asked for in the ad was really, okay, these are the kind of things that you've got to be able to do in order to apply. And yes, we have gotten some resumes, but we are not, as the ad says, we are not going to consider resumes until the end of the month at the earliest anyway. So I would take a recommendation from anybody as to what time and date we should go ahead and do this thing. Vice President Farmer?
I would just like to make a comment about Ms. Dickinson's comments, and I want to preface this by saying that Tina has been very supportive of me since I've been on the board and even before I was on the board, and I consider her a good friend and a confidant and advisor. I would just say this, that it's understandable that she'd be a bit ambivalent about how things are now, considering how job searches and approvals of general managers and other things that have happened in the past have not in any way, shape, or form allowed the community to be involved. And, you know, in the past year with the standing committees, with this new board making more of an effort to be more community involved, I would just appreciate if, and I can understand why people would still be looking from the dark side aspect of how things have been done at the district. But please give us the opportunity, even if we're not moving at the pace that you would wish, to allow us to conduct business in a more transparent, let me take that word back, in a more open and, how could I say it, engaging fashion, allowing the community, just as in the standing committees, to be as involved as possible in decision-making with the board. And just give us an opportunity, okay, to do things as best we can. Thank you.
Director Howe.
Well, what Director Farmer said, first of all. But in addition, from what Director Pearson, what you said is, as you put it, getting input on how we go about hiring, that's a little more larger than the just talking about qualifications. I happen to like that, but so I'm wondering is, can we add that to the description of the meeting? I mean, so when we publish and invite people, that'll be part of the description?
Yeah, I think that's part of what the public would like to discuss.
Exactly, yeah, so I thought, let's really put it out there. Yeah, thank you. I think we should do it as soon as possible, yeah. But we need to get a good attendance, so as soon as possible, provided we can get enough people to come.
We could do it during the Art and Wine Festival. There'll probably be a lot of people here.
Yeah, but
it looks like maybe the week of the 28th of January, because I think the week before that there's so much going on my calendar. That would be like next week if we did it. And the Art and Wine Festival is going to be, would the 30th, the Thursday the 30th work?
Of January? That's Wednesday.
Yeah, sorry, 31st. There's 31 days in
31st,
January.
The 30th works, 31st works.
Is the
31st
Vets
is
Hall
not for me.
available?
The Vets Hall's available on the 30th and on the 31st,
At what time?
all day.
Okay, what time are we going to do this?
31st doesn't work for me, just as
Okay,
point
so
of
the
We're
reference.
back to the
30th is
30th. 30th?
The Wednesday, the 30th?
So what time?
Evening time would be best, but and it's hard to get a sense because you ask people that came to an afternoon meeting, you're going to not get the people that can't come to the afternoon meeting, so.
Could we ask the people in the room what they would prefer? I mean, your point is, can we ask them? Say, how many people would be willing to come?
Well, how many
Raise-
people would, okay, put up your hands if you would like an afternoon session. Put up your hand if you would rather have an evening session. There's a lot more evenings than there are. Most of the people were ambivalent.
And there
Okay,
was a good turnout for that January 3rd timeframe, actually, for people to be able to respond.
And last night it was packed in
Oh, it
here
was
for the
Oh, it was-
NCAC.
Well, they used up every chair.
It's amazing. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
So if we did it again at 5:30, and can we include in the resolution that we will limit it to 2 hours?
So I move that we have a listening session regarding general manager qualifications and process for hiring on January 30th at 5:30 PM for 2 hours, 5:30 to 7:30 PM.
Very good.
Second.
Seconded by Director Howell.
I'm seeing a wave over here. Did you need? did you have
Not on the
something you
motion.
wanted? Okay.
Oh, we don't need a motion?
No, I would like to add a comment, but not on the motion.
Okay.
Okay. Before we take the vote?
Okay,
Okay.
so roll call vote.
Director Rice,
Aye.
Director Howell,
Aye.
Director Stidel,
Aye.
Vice President Farmer,
Aye.
President Pearson.
Aye. Yes, Mr. Ogren.
Yeah, President Pearson, member of the boards and member of the public, certainly I don't want to reiterate all the positive comments that the board members made with respect to the recruitment of the general manager. I just want to reiterate that since I'm the sort of the new person in the room, in the limited discussions that I've had, with your board, I want to sort of express to the public that one, if not your highest priority, was making sure to get community input on the hiring process. And certainly that's indicative of the lead that the board has taken on the recruitment and not staff.
And I have
Thank you, appreciate that comment.
And I just wanted to direct something to the floor. I understand the frustrations that are expressed with the reference points of history, but I do think there have been significant accomplishments that have happened in recent months relative to the infrastructure and the finance committee and now the policy committee, that those inputs and outputs weren't available to the community previously, and they are now, and I think it's expanded significantly the interaction between the community and the board. And I think that as an example with the town hall that was called on January 3rd, and Ms. Dickinson, I'm so sorry you weren't available to come to that because it really was an entirely different kind of thing than I think. Good, that's great. I'm glad to hear it. I think it lent itself to an entirely different interaction between the community and the public that I think is well worthwhile, and we kind of have seen that in an NCAC environment, and we had a tremendous outpouring last night for vacation rental conversations, and it was excellent. Both sides stated their cases. There was no acrimony. There was no history making of what went on and who did what to whom. It was just a sharing of personal stories about things and why they're affected directly by it. So I'm really pleased to see that kind of action going on, and I'd like to see us move toward that too. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. I think we're done with that one. We can now move on to number 6C. Staff, can you give us a report on that one?
President Pearson, members of the board, members of the public. Item 6C is the discussion and consideration of a resolution authorizing the general manager to nominate staff to the San Luis Obispo County Water Resources Advisory Committee. This item is a follow-up from the committee assignments on the January 3rd special meeting, and the proposed resolution is consistent with a number of different actions. First, Resolution 36-2014 currently authorizes general manager to appoint staff to represent the community at the Regional Water Management Group. And the county's Regional Water Management Group is a sibling group to the Water Resource Advisory Committee. In essence, the RAC provides a review of overall countywide policies. The Regional Water Management Group then takes those overall policies and incorporates them into the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan, which staff is already authorized by your board to make appointments. So there's a consistency with the existing resolution for the Regional Water Management Group. Second, at your board's January 3rd special meeting, this was discussed, and your board was in general concurrence that, like the RWMG, RAC should also be appointed by staff. And third, it's consistent with existing assignments, which have been delegated to staff. So in some ways, this is a formalization of past practices. And with that, be glad to answer any questions.
Any discussion? Yes, Director Rice.
I just wanted to note that the RAC meeting, the Water Resources Advisory Committee, is a public meeting. It happens the first Wednesday of every month at 1:30 p.m. at the Palm Street Library Community Room, so anybody who wants to go can attend. And it's important that we have a voting voice there, because there are things like the resource management system report goes through the RAC for comments, and there's a lot of very good, well-informed people about water policy on the RAC. So I'm glad to see that we're going to have a voting member. Our voting members are, both of them are now retired, General Manager Gruber and Engineer Greshens. So I'm very happy that we're going to have somebody there to be voting for this community, because this is also where we got our big grant for the advanced water treatment plant. So there's a lot of good reasons to have people there, and I'm glad that we're going to be doing that again. So I would move that we approve Resolution 2-2019, authorizing the general manager to nominate staff to the SLO County Water Resources Advisory Committee.
Very good. Do we have a second or more discussion? Anyone? No? Director Steidel, second. Can we have a roll call?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Steidel?
Aye.
Director Howell? Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye.
Could I ask a question? I'm just curious as to, this is obviously going to be done by Ms. Madrid. What pool of folks is she going to be making this choice from? Do you have any idea?
I think at this point, our best option is Melissa, but I haven't looked at it in depth because we haven't had a board decision yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can nominate a primary and an alternate, correct? And the alternate can attend the meeting anyway. So I would suggest that maybe we can do that and send maybe even John Alchin on along with her. So, all right, let's move on to number 6D.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for discussion and consideration of the annual review of the Board of Directors bylaws. The current bylaws provide that they be reviewed annually at the first regular meeting in January. At the board meeting on January 3rd, there was discussion regarding holding 2 regular meetings a month. And so the board president and vice president and Mr. Ogren and I did have a meeting where we kind of hashed out some various or some options. And so this is what we came up with, which is that we would hold 2 regular meetings per month, 1 week apart. the second and the third Thursdays of each month, and that they would be limited in time to 3 hours with a 4/5 vote to extend beyond the 3-hour limit. And we kind of see them working this way. We would prepare one agenda packet. The first half of the agenda would be expected to be addressed during the meeting, and that would include going from the opening to the finance manager report, and then the regular business items, if time allows. If time doesn't allow, they would be pushed to the second meeting. And the agenda itself is the only thing that would be prepared for the second meeting. The agenda packet would already have been prepared. The agenda will be amended to show what's been addressed or what's been completed and what hasn't been. And then, of course, the regular agenda would be available in the district office or online, as is our normal practice.
Okay, very good. Discussion? Director Howell.
I like it.
Good, I'm glad somebody likes it.
The,
Director Rice.
thank you. The second, are these going to be evening meetings or afternoon meetings?
Well, we were doing 2 to 4, 2 to
2
to
to 5?
2 to 5 every, those 2 afternoons.
So the one conflict that may not even be an issue, because we would still have a quorum, is the second week is usually the week the Coastal Commission meets. And so if it happened that our thing came up on a Thursday at a Coastal Commission meeting, it could be a conflict. But that's only because we have this CDP. Planning Commission is also on Thursdays, and they've been doing kind of every other Thursday. So I definitely like the week apart idea. Honestly, I have to look at my calendar. I didn't bring my plugs and my computer's dead, of course. And I don't have a password for the Wi-Fi here. So right now I'm doing great. I was only a half hour late though. Was there any other thing on the bylaws that needed to be changed?
Well, no, why don't we finish with this piece first and get this total discussion. Anybody else? Vice President Farmer?
I apparently need some clarification. So these meetings are going to be a week apart, and they're going to be on the second and third Thursday? Is this correct?
Yes, sir. That was the idea.
Right. And the fourth Thursday is being totally eliminated, correct?
Correct.
And when would this change take place?
February or March?
We have February set, yeah.
February's already been set for February 28th.
Okay, so it'll happen in March.
All right. And so how obviously it's going to happen any way, shape, or form. So how do you feel about going from February the 28th and then 2 weeks later having another meeting? Especially since it's like February's a short month. I know that sounds really weird, but it gives you just a couple of days less to even work with. But you're comfortable with that?
Well, it is a short time, and we talked about that, but that's what the board wants. So we're willing to at least give it a shot.
Okay.
The other thing that we could do is modify February to be on the 21st. If we included that in the resolution, we could get that done, right? Yep.
I think that might have a problem for the mid-year budget.
Is that right?
Oh, come on. All right. So
I don't know what is, expected to be up on the March agenda in total, but could we, basically backload the agenda so that the front end of it was lighter, considering that we were cycling through just in those 2 weeks immediately? I don't know whether that would make any difference or not.
Probably not. We'd have to have the full packet done for that anyway. But that'll get us on the right cycle at least. Yes.
President Pearson, I was wrong. We can't change the February date because it's not on the agenda and it has to be done by resolution.
Okay.
So
the February date is going to happen.
Can I ask if there's the reason we're doing the second and third is because we're trying to avoid the conflicts that happen on the 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
I was all set for it to be the 3rd and the 4th.
Well, we could do the 3rd and 4th and only do the
But
2nd
I know
and
we have,
3rd
I know we have conflicts
when we have those
some months.
conflicts. As we have done in the past, we could shift to the 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, but that
on-
makes it hard for staff if, because like the same thing with the February issue, right?
Well,
I think the president and vice president probably went round and round with Mr. Ogren and Ms. Madrid already, so I think that taking their recommendation of the 2nd and 3rd, let's try it.
Yes, Director Howell.
For the additional meeting, was there any consideration of other days of the week?
no, I don't think we went anywhere else to stay away from conflicts in this room and other
Got it.
things, so. All right, can I have a motion? Oh, before we do that, okay, we've decided on that portion, okay, that we will go to the 2nd and 3rd Thursdays, and it will be 2 to 5, and we will keep the verbiage that says that we're going to extend only by 4/5 vote, et cetera, that's currently in the bylaws. Now, as Director Rice said, is there any other areas that you feel we need to address in the bylaws? And there was one area that I had, and that is the standing committees, but Director Rice, did you have another one?
Do we need to have something in the bylaws that speaks to if something needs to be rescheduled, if it's not on one of the 3rd or the, 2nd or 3rd Thursdays? Do we have a term in there that would?
I don't think that needs to be in the bylaws. We can just
Okay,
react to
that
it.
we can do it by resolution or something if we need to move one?
I did notice an inconsistency or a duplication. 1.6 and 9.1. 9.1 is a very peculiar bylaw. Maybe it should be replaced with 1.6. They say the same thing, but 9.1 says it a little more poorly.
Yeah.
I don't understand the reference
I
to
don't-
members.
Yeah, I
in-
don't know what that is either. I think we can strike that 9.1.
Is that by chance community members, maybe I don't know, was the intent to say that the committees would have people who are...
Board members shall be members.
I don't remember seeing it.
Well, there is reference to standing committees later on in that article. So I think that paragraph really is germane, if you read the whole article.
Perhaps we
Maybe
can just move 1.6 and make it 9.1, because the language is
Yeah.
more clear
Yeah.
on 1.6. It's a nicer
Yeah,
sentence.
so take 1.6 and make it 9.1 and
Yeah.
scratch 9.1.
Yeah. Does that work?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
So we'll delete 1.6 and put it at 9.1.
Put
Correct.
1.6 as 9.1.
Got it. Thank you.
Correct. All right. My thing on standing committees was, do we want to add anything more under 9.4 as far as what their duties, or should we leave that alone and leave it more to the standing committees and stuff? Okay, good.
I do want to, because something caught my eye in the applications for the committees. Is there a legal requirement that the committee members be a registered voter in Cambria? I don't think if it's in our ordinance anywhere or in our bylaws that it could be a part-time resident that wasn't a registered voter as long as they lived here.
Yeah, I don't think it's legally required.
Okay. So I might suggest that we include on the standing committees the things we've already decided about them, in that no board member will be a voting member, but there will be a board member that's a ex officio, those things that we talked about on January 3rd being the case, that there are 5 members, and that we call out that it does not have to be, you don't have to be a registered voter, but you do have to be a resident of Cambria for at least 50% of the year or something like that.
Well, I wonder if we need to do that here, or we just need to do that for clarity on the committee assignments. I hate to put something in the bylaws that then we have to change every time we want to change.
Absolutely, I
standing committee
totally agree with that. Maybe
composition.
maybe this is where we start our board operating manual, operating procedures manual, you
Well,
know.
as head of the policy committee, as chair of the policy committee, I think that should be one of the first things you take up.
On it.
Okay, before we go anywhere else, I just got a request to speak by Ms. Webb.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry for that, but when you changed 1.6 for 9.1, 1.6 says the president can appoint without full concurrence of the board. 9.1 has the additional language with concurrence of the full board, which I think needs to be in 9.1.
See, I think subject to board approval is the same thing, but maybe I just am
Then
not.
it does say
Does it have
subject to board
subject to board
approval.
approval on 1.6?
1.6 does say
Oh,
with
I'm
board
sorry.
approval.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Thank you for bringing the concern.
All right, so we have two changes. One is to the meeting times, and two is to change 1.6. And Mr. Carmel, you have another,
I have an item.
yes, ma'am.
On 9.4B, if we could change summary notes to action minutes, that would be really helpful as we prepare to create 3 committees and
Okay,
take on that role.
change summary notes for each meeting of a standing committee to action minutes.
Action
Okay,
minutes.
somebody needs to tell me what the difference between those two are.
Summary is summarizing what's happening, and action minutes is only recording what the action is of the committee.
For the motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it now.
Excuse me, where is this stated? I'm sorry.
9.4.
9B.
9B.
9.4B.
There it is. Thank you, sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. Take your time, Don.
I got it, I found it. I just,
So what we want to change here is instead of having actual, everything that was discussed, it's basically going to be the action items that were taken at the meeting will be in detail.
So, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. I would just like to know, of these two options, summary notes or action minutes, which would provide the most information to someone that wasn't at the meeting, or let's say we were at the meeting and a few months later we wanted a refresher on what took place at that meeting. Which of those two would provide the most information to whoever?
The reason why I'm suggesting this is what we've talked about is asking the committees, we're not on that item yet, but when we get to that item, it might make a little more sense. But right now, the reason why we're suggesting action minutes versus summary notes or summary minutes is the burden on staff. And if we have a singular or maybe 2 staff members that are appointed to each committee and they're there helping because they're taking care of their role, like the infrastructure committee, say, for example, is Mr. Ogren. If he's there and he's only recording action minutes, it might be something that we don't have to have a full secretary person spending the entire time at every at every meeting. So we were just looking for a compromise between having a secretary appointed to the committee and being able to record just action minutes.
I don't know if this is going to be addressed further, but I believe Ms. Dean, who presently is the co-chair of the Resources and Infrastructure Committee, has in the past, and I think is going to continue to do so, actually records the meetings on her device, and then has a full account of what has taken place. Is that something we can, and perhaps just the committee itself would be responsible for providing that information?
Right, and I have talked with Ms. Dean, and she's provided us with her recording device, and we are also recording the Finance Committee meeting, and we are saving those in our, on our server. So I don't have a problem doing that, and then we could have that recorded and put it on our website, that's fine. But I'm just, even so, it's still not the same as action minutes.
Okay, well, the fact that I don't quite understand the difference is my problem, not yours, so thank you.
President Pearson?
Yes, sir.
And following up with Ms. Madrid's comments, the other point that was discussed regarding action minutes versus summary notes, and it seems appropriate to me that the bylaws at a minimum would require action minutes. But with respect to summary notes, one of the challenges is that as the public is speaking, how staff might go ahead and portray their comments. And it's very difficult to be able to, accurately portray the comments of an individual speaking in the public. So the audios are important. And of course, if members of the public want to provide, their own summary notes of what they've stated. So not only is it a challenge in terms of resources of the district, but also to be able to accurately portray what individuals are actually saying or the intent of what they're saying.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That has been an issue at several of the meetings that I attended and stuff. So I think that's important, that if the public wants to speak at these meetings, and I encourage that we can't take down every note. We will record these meetings. I think that's going to happen, and that will be out there. But if you really want something to be part of the legal minutes or legal action summary, or whatever we're calling it here, if you would just write down and turn that in at the time in the meeting, I think that would be very, very helpful for us. Okay? All right. Director Rice.
So the recordings are helpful, and transcripts are better than summary notes, and can pretty much be automated at this point. I mean, 10 years ago, there's no way you could have done it. But, I mean, these days, I can talk into my phone, and it knows what I'm saying. Somehow, magically, I'm even not getting wrong words anymore. With submitting things to be included with the minutes, there is, if you look at in the section on the preparation of minutes, it says written materials delivered to the board, and this is about the regular board meeting, okay? But this is what is part of our policy right now. Written materials delivered to the board at the meeting, but that were not contained in the board agenda packet for review prior to the board meeting shall not be included in the meeting minutes. And so that contradicts what you just suggested, and I actually contradicts what I would like to see, which is, I think a board member should be able to say, can we please have a copy of that to include in the minutes? And it's not an automatic, you bring a written thing, it goes in the minutes. But we've had a couple of times where somebody brings us something written that would be nice to have in the minutes because of what it was and its clarity or whatever. So I would like to see a change to that bylaw that says that the board can request that something that's written and provided that's not in the board packet can be included, including at committees. But it has to be by board action to have it included in the minutes.
President Pearson, if
Yes.
I might, because I heard a couple of different things. One with respect to President Pearson's comments, it was sort of minutes or, sort of a multiple statement. And what might be appropriate is that written submittals are referenced in the minutes, may be referenced in the minutes, but then those are actually maintained as separate public records. So that if an individual reads through the minutes and sees that somebody provided, some sort of written materials and there's a public record of that, then, through the Public Records Act or however, they have the ability then to, review and see those actual submittals.
Yep. I'm fine with that. So
that meets what I would like to see happen.
So 4.4 needs to be rewritten to allow for written,
Reference to written comments that would become part of the public record, but not part of the minutes.
yeah. So, staff, have you got the idea there? You can go ahead and get that changed.
Yes, that's clear.
Okay. All right, so now we have 3 areas that we're making changes. Yes, Director Howe.
There's another area, but I wanted to comment on the issue of minute taking. I do see that this section of the bylaws, this really sets the minimum requirement, if I understand correctly. If a committee wants more than that, they're certainly able to either get a volunteer from the public or somehow get somebody who can take more detailed minutes if it's so desired. I do think maybe we do wish to specify, though, that at minimum, action minutes are taken and that the meetings be recorded. I think that might help to solve this problem of people needing to refer to, since we know the recorders are very cheap and it
Sure.
costs nothing to store.
Sure.
So I'd like to
So
suggest that.
9.4 would say action minutes for each meeting and a
And
recording.
yeah, which will be maintained on the
And audio
district server.
Audio recording.
Yeah, audio recording, not video recording.
Must
Well, I
be
guess if you
maintained.
wanted to.
Yeah. Look at that, writing by committee. We're good at that.
No,
I've
no,
got
no,
one
no.
more
We're
thing.
not going there again. All right, so staff has the idea on that one also?
Yeah. Can I, before we move on
Sure.
to, apropos of board minutes themselves, I was noticing, this is from a discussion we had at our last meeting. If you look at 4.5, it's referring to our board minutes, and they're generally action minutes, but it does indicate here that when people speak to the board from the public on a particular matter, that not only should their name be mentioned, but whether they spoke in favor or in opposition to the matter. So I think that maybe we do need to be following that, or else we need to take that out of the bylaw.
Yeah, okay, I'd like to take that out. An awful lot of times we get comments that I couldn't tell whether they're supportive or not, to tell you the truth. Or they're both. So having the district clerk try to figure out whether somebody is in support or in opposition is not fair. And so I would, shall attempt to record the names and general place of residence of persons addressing the board, the title, the subject matter, which their remarks related, period.
Okay.
And it says attempt to record because you aren't required, as a public citizen, you aren't required to give your name or address to
Right.
speak publicly at a public
It says
meeting.
shall attempt, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to be clear. It's not like we're taking your name and number for nefarious purposes.
All right. So are we clear on the,
Do you want us to go through these just to make sure?
yeah, I think we start at the top, right?
I'll try and then you supplement. Okay, we're striking 1.6.
Yeah, striking 1.6.
2.1, we're striking fourth and adding second and third in the first
Correct.
line.
Correct.
In 2.3, and about the fifth line, we're striking 4 and putting in 3.
Correct.
In 4.4, we'll make reference to, allow for a reference to written comments. Let's see where we are. In 4.5, we're striking, and whether they spoke in support or opposition.
Correct.
9.1 will now become what 1.6 is now. And
Correct.
then 9.4 summary notes will be stricken and action minutes inserted, and we'll have language indicating an audio recording shall be made and retained.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
I have one more.
So we'll bring that
question.
back in resolution format next month.
Can I add one more thing that may or may not require a change? On 6.3, I don't see anything about the board approving the annual budget. Now, can that be assumed to be referred to in item B there, or should that not be made explicit?
There is a budget policy that talks specifically to that we adopted already, so I think we're covered on that one, yeah.
It's also legally required in the government code.
Okay, good. All right? We're good.
So moved.
So moved. And do I have a second? Director Howell seconds. Do we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. All right, moving to the next item. Does anybody need a break or anything? Yes, okay. We're going to take a break until on that clock up there, and the big hand is on the 7. All right, we are reconvened, and we are on item number 6E. Would staff like to introduce this one, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. This one is for discussion and consideration of the appointment of the Finance, Resources, and Infrastructure and Policy Committee members, and to provide overall direction to each committee. I am going to let Pavo take this one because he did draft the staff report. But I did just want to say that I was really pleased to see all the applications that came in and all the familiar names, and I think they'll be able to help us really come out with a really good product. So I was pleased to see those names. So with that, Pavo, you can take this one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hogan.
President Pearson, members of the board, members of the community, on item 6E with reference to the committee appointments and direction to the committees, since there's really two parts to this agenda item. I'm first going to ask for the board's pleasure, because certainly my discussion or notes in the staff report regarding direction to the committees has a certain amount of detail associated with it, and it may be your board's pleasure to first discuss who you wish to make the appointments for, and then move into the discussion on the direction to the committees.
Yeah, which do we want to do? Direction first or appoint first?
I think appoint first. If I was somebody that had applied, I'd like to know whether I should pay attention to the direction for the
Okay.
committees. Some
All right.
people have applied for more than one committee too, so.
Okay. I think I can run down this one, especially since we just talked about the bylaws saying that I can do the whole thing, and you guys just, oh. All right, so Finance Committee, we basically have two continuing members, Mr. Siegler and Mr. Lee. I talked to both of those people, and they are willing to continue. And then we had 3 applications for finance. And those were Ms. Mahler, Ms. McDowell, and Mr. Korn. And unless somebody else has an idea, I'd just recommend filling the vacancies with the 3 people that applied, unless somebody has someone else that they would like to recommend or add or whatever.
So I didn't notice that there was a reference, with the exception of Mr. Nugent's form that had been filled out, about the potential of more than one committee, depending on, or at least that he was expressing an interest in those two. But I guess I will ask the question, considering the number of people that applied for the infrastructure committee, is there anyone here who has applied for infrastructure that would want to be considered for finance as an alternative, just as an option?
'Cause
And
there's
if,
six.
if there
If
isn't,
not-
then, the three community members who put their names forward are the obvious candidates for those three slots.
Yeah, so I think that's a done deal. Okay, let's move on now to resources and infrastructure. Once again, we have Ms. Dean and Mr. Lyons have indicated that they would like to continue to serve. And we have a lot of people that have asked to be on the resource and infrastructure, including Mr. Gray, Mr. Nugent, Mr. Webb, Mr. Fowles, Mr. Doran, and Mr. Key. Anyone else? I think that covers all the ones that I've seen. Okay. So, open to discussion at this point. Is there anyone that wants to, speak to anyone in particular here?
That we could ask to have somebody on, is that what we're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would very much like Jim Webb to join that committee.
I would second that for sure.
Okay.
Oh,
Jim Webb.
Jim Webb.
Okay.
I also think that Karen Dean and Mike Lyons should continue
Yeah, well,
on that committee if they
yeah, I
would
said-
like to.
Yeah, they're already there.
Okay.
Not that it matters, but I concur with regard to Jim Webb. He's kind of behind the scenes, but he was formerly on the NCAC, and his wife is very knowledgeable, and by osmosis, or whatever that word is, he's also very wise as well. Thank you.
That's why she's so smart.
Yeah, and I would like to see Tom Gray on it. He knows a lot about the SWF. He very intimate with the water and wastewater systems in the community, and is very civic-minded, good solid guy. So I'd recommend him.
And I would support that also.
May I speak to that?
Sure.
No, I do, Mr. Gray is certainly qualified, no question about it, but I'm a little uncomfortable of having two members of C4H2O steering committee on that committee. And if Mike Lyons is going to be on there, then I would prefer not to have, that's too many from one organization. I don't feel comfortable with it.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with multiple members of Green Space being on one committee?
What I'm uncomfortable with is two people that are on the steering committee. That's what I'm uncomfortable with.
Okay.
If we had issues with people who were on boards within their churches, would it bother you?
No, because that's not a CCSD issue.
No, I'm just, well, no, now, okay, now, the reason I'm asking the question
That's a
that
fair
way is,
question,
I mean, it's logical to ask the question about affiliations. At what point do affiliations dictate your ability to make a contribution? That's all I'm asking.
I think when the organization that the organizational affiliation is specifically to issues of CCSD, we should be at least paying attention to it, and whether or not it disqualified someone is still a discretionary thing. But I think that if there, and green space is, as an example, I might object to two people from the forest committee, for example. Forest is one of the things that CCSD doesn't really have authority over, but we have so many properties that have forest on them that it might become a problem if we had too many members on a committee where they were having conversation. I think we need to have a variety of voices more than limiting the affiliation, organizational affiliation. I think it's more important that we have a broad viewpoints. So having two from one organization that is specifically related to CCSD policy relating to water seems to me, just what, I mean, this is just my thinking on it, I mean.
Can I jump in a little bit on that? I talked to Mr. Lyons, and he is willing to serve on the policy committee if there's not, if need be, so that is a possibility.
Okay.
He wants
so
to stay involved, and I want him to be involved.
So we move Mr. Lyons to policy,
That would be my,
and therefore, yeah, we can put
then
Mr. Gray
Mr.
on.
Gray could be on,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm good with that.
Can we do that as a tentative? Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I see 7 people that have asked for policy committee, so.
Whoa. Okay, you have more than I do.
Yeah, I think I probably have Lauren Younger, who wasn't able to get her application put in online.
Okay.
Do we have anything in terms of her, the reason that she's interested in the committee?
Yes, she used to be involved with NCAC, and I spoke to her yesterday morning. She was having trouble getting the application downloaded.
Okay.
And she said right now that her mobility is limited, so she may not be appointed, but I wanted to make sure that for consideration as she's on there, because she expressed interest in it. There was only 2 weeks for people to get these applications in, and which is amazing that we got so many, so.
All right, so we have.
I'd like to, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'd just like some clarification from Mr. Gray, the fact that, and I realize that he was formerly involved with the CCSD as a public information officer, so to speak. And one of the reason he was hired was to pursue the emergency water facility. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Gray's background is as much in economics as anything else. So I'm just wondering, considering that he wishes to be, more re-involved, let's say, in serving the community and being on a standing committee, I'm wondering why it is that he chose infrastructure when, in fact, his overall background has more to do with finance. I'm wondering if Tom's here, if he could clarify that for me.
Well, is the mic on here? Yeah. I don't know if it's going to become an interview process, so I think be kind of careful how much we start questioning candidates. However, my background is professionally, my background is in journalism. And I have an MBA in finance, which is true. I wouldn't call myself an economist, but my main qualification that I offered when I made this application was at my experience specifically with Cambria's infrastructure, which I am very well versed in. And as Direct Vice President Farmer points out, I was for 2 years under contract with the CCSD to be the public outreach officer specifically for the EWS at the time. So I would say my qualifications in this context are much more toward infrastructure. And I think I could be useful in all sorts of functions, but this particular one I think was the most relevant to my qualifications.
Okay, thank you.
President Pearson? There's, other than Tom Gray, there's 3 other gentlemen that have applied for what I'm counting as 2 open slots unless we move Mike Lyons, and then we have 3 open slots. But are any of these folks here? Because maybe they want to have maybe like a minute to address why they should be chosen over the other applicants, what they bring to the table, other than what they put in their application? I don't know. I'm just
I would really rather not get into all of that.
okay. I'm just at a disadvantage because I only know 2 of them, and so that's.
Well, and some of them may not be here, and that would be unfair to them not to be heard.
Absolutely true.
So, looking at their applications and stuff, does anybody else have a nomination? I don't. I'm not familiar with anyone else that's put it in except for Mr. Nugent and Mr. Key. But the other ones are unknown to me, except for their resumes.
Did we have any public comment on this item?
No, not to date.
So President.
We can, if anybody wants to have public comment, but I don't have any slips, so, no, we don't.
So for the resource and infrastructure, since that's been expanded, basically from just strictly an infrastructure, I do think that there's a need for a broader base in terms of the people who'd be serving on the committee, although when resource was discussed at the January 3rd meeting, it tended to be in relationship to how the district conducts itself in terms of its carbon footprint, in terms of performing in a green manner. We were talking about things like instead of using gasoline or gasoline trucks or, you know, looking at electric downline, looking for opportunities for the way in which the district can use its assets in a way that is a better carbon footprint for the community. So that's what my expectation is for the infrastructure and resource committee, not that it's going to overtake the FFRP or any of the other elements of the community that are just more fundamental environmental issues, that it is in that regard. So although I very much want to see it expanded, I also think because of the impact of our needs for infrastructure and the complexity with which they exist in our community because of our topography and the fact that we've got a very small community that is having to support what that infrastructure is, that we've got folks with, you know, potentially have some people with some engineering background or mechanical background in some way, that we have that knowledge base to draw on, particularly with Mr. Gresham's leaving, and granted, he'll be coming back on a consulting basis for a period of time, but he's not going to be available to us forever. I think that we need to hold on to any kind of brain trust we can establish as far as infrastructure is concerned, and my only concern is that we set that aside and lose it. And I think that that would be a real problem for that committee.
If I might, the resources part add-on isn't just about the carbon footprint, and correct me if I'm misremembering, but also includes things like water management and water efficiency programs throughout the district. And for that reason, I would say that Brad Fowles would probably be a good choice, because he's got certification as a water efficiency, water management certification through the Landscaper Association and various other items. I don't know this person at all, so, I mean, the only thing I can speak to is what's on the form about that person.
Okay. So let me write down, I don't.
Director Farmer,
Vice President Farmer, do you know Mr. Fowles?
No, but I think with regard to how it was just explained to us with regard to the total definition of the infrastructure and resources, that having someone that has an environmental bent would definitely be an advantage that we don't have so far on that committee.
Okay. Okay, so, no. So we have Ms. Dean, Mr. Gray, Mr. Webb, and Mr. Fowles. And,
Tom Gray.
no, I have Gray. I moved Lyons out.
Oh, okay.
I put Lyons down. Yes, we're one short. So, Nugent. Mr. Nugent, he's been at a lot of the meetings, and he seems like he's.
But I want him for policy.
No, he can't do both. All right, Mr. Nugent. He put resources and infrastructure. So you get them, Don. All right, let's leave that list as it is with Dean, Gray, Webb, Fowles, and Nugent for now. Policy, since I moved Mr. Lyons down there, I think he goes. I think we would be remiss not to put Mr. Nixon on. He's really well qualified, ex-college president, et cetera, et cetera.
And I would really like to see Gordon Heinrich and John Roba on. John has really good organizational experience, organizational structure and growth and change and those kinds of things. He has the background that I think would be very helpful for policy. And I think that Gordon Heinrich would provide us with an environmental bent, and I know that his life experience would be very valuable to that committee.
I concur with Director Rice on those.
All right, and then the other one we do have is former Director Barringer.
So we've got Mike Lyons, right?
We've got
John Nixon,
Lyon, Nixon,
John Roba.
Roba, Hendricks, and Barringer.
We also got another application in just now. So Jim Barringer has been a very valuable member of this board for 8 years, and he's now an alternate on PROS. I don't want to shut the door for somebody else who might not already be participating. But I don't want to argue against Jim either. So, I mean, which it puts me in an awkward position because I've been working with the guy for a long time. But I do want to make sure that we have an open door for other folks that want to participate and have taken the time and energy in the 2 weeks that they had to.
Yeah. At the same time, I think his knowledge and his years of experience would really help the committee move along on the right policies and stuff too. So.
I tend to agree more with Director Rice. I think that while Mr. Barringer has done a great deal of good, he has had 12 years?
8.
8 years. And he's still in the community and is still available for asking advice and can certainly come to any meetings. But I think it would be better to engage others, perhaps Lauren Younger, perhaps, or something.
And I would just like to make a sexist request to have another woman on the committee. It would be nice.
I think that's a legitimate.
I mean, I'm not above chauvinism myself. I'm just saying I served on a board with all men for a while, and it's nice to serve with a variety of representation.
If I could add this, I seem to recall that Cheryl McDowell put her name in for finance.
And she's on finance.
Yeah, she's on finance.
We put her.
You're right. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong list.
That's
My
okay.
apologies. You know what? By the way, I just want to mention, it is, the big hand is almost at 5 o'clock, which would mean if we were in March, or is it February?
We'd be done.
That the meeting would be ending at this moment. And considering the fact that I was looking at the wrong list, that probably indicates that maybe 3 hours is a good time to end the meeting. Just trying to add some humor, folks, that's all.
Well,
all right, can somebody then give me a brief resume on Ms. Younger, because I don't know her.
So Lauren, I know Lauren Younger from back in the day in NCAC when they were putting in the street lights. Before those street lights were installed, there was a lot of discussion and uproar at NCAC about the dark sky issue and lots of things. And that's where I first got to know her. And I think that she's been a member of this community, I can't tell you how many years, but for longer than me, and I've been here almost 20. And she raised children here, and she and her husband are very dedicated to having this town be a good town for folks to live in. The fact that she reached out to me at the last minute speaks to her wanting to make sure that good things happen. I think that we also have another application here from Leslie Richard, who's been a local activist, which would make our meetings maybe entertaining and get lots of folks to come. And I mean that in the most neighborly way, because you know, that's this town. This town gets contentious sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. I think having a wide variety of voices is a good thing. I'm struck by the availability of some folks. I don't know, because Lauren had told me that she has limited mobility for a little while on ankle heels, that it might be harder for her to get to meetings. But again, I want to try and open the door to folks that haven't been participating and that have expressed an interest.
I'd like to add to that with regard to Ms. Younger.
Thank you.
I've known her and her husband,
Raleigh,
for a long time. See, it's 5 o'clock, folks. For a long time. And they're kind of, you know, in some ways they've been in the background, but you see them at farmers markets. And Laurel is a very kind of, I say, holistic, kind of organic kind of person. And that's the approach that she would take. And I don't necessarily, and this is no reflection on the other folks, although I think Gordon, once again, has a bent toward, you know, what's right with our relationship with the natural world, so to speak. But trying to have a balance there with regard to how we pursue policy, I think Lauren, especially because I know when I'll stop by and visit with her and Lori, she's always asks me, how are things going at the district, Harry, and how are you doing, and that type of thing. And she's a really nice person. I could add that as well. And not that that's a qualification, but then again, it is.
She's an artist, right?
I'm not sure about that part. I think she has been, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd be inclined to support Laurel only because I've known her for quite a while. And like I said, her husband too, even if I just spaced out his name. My apologies.
So I would like to propose that the policy committee be made up of Mike Lyons, John Robaugh, John Nixon, Gordon Heinrich, and Lauren Younger.
Okay. So we got consensus?
I would also want to say this, that Leslie Richard put in her application, she did run for the NCAC. Mm-hmm. She often gets up and speaks at meetings, and she can be a real live wire. You know, the plug is always in when Leslie speaks at the podium. And whereas sometimes she appears to be a little, how could we say it, a real firebrand, once again, her energy might not be a bad idea because she definitely gets you thinking in a different direction than you may otherwise. And that's not necessarily a bad idea. So I would just kind of want to put in a plug-in for Leslie, just because of that reason alone. I mean, maybe in some slight way, I kind of identify with her being a gadfly, so to speak, kind of like myself, so in that regard.
Oh, okay.
I'm comfortable either
I'm
way.
I'm just saying.
I'm comfortable either way, whichever way the board.
I'm just trying to, since she took the time to apply, and she has been involved, and she does come to meetings and that type of thing, I just thought I would throw that in. I'm not in any way, shape, or form, other than using a term gadfly, comparing Leslie and I together, so.
And Leslie's the whole reason why I'm on this board, because I wouldn't have gotten involved with CCSD if it hadn't been for her reaching out to me in the rape protest of 2007. So, I mean, I don't want to play favorites either, because I used to be a teacher. It's not a good policy.
Okay, I still think we had a set group here. Finance will be Sigler, Lee, McDowell, Maher, and Korn. Resources and Infrastructure, Dean, Gray, Webb, Fowles, Nugent. Policy, Lyons, Nixon, Rohrbaugh, Hendricks, and Younger. Okay, good.
I would second that.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote then?
President Pearson?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
All right, now we want to move on to a little direction for these. Mr. Ogren, you want to speak to this at least?
Certainly, President Pearson. The second component of this agenda item was to give your board an opportunity to provide direction to the committees. Certainly at your January 3rd meeting, you already established some direction for the board members who are the committee chairs, including setting agendas, providing guidance, and coordinating with staff. It appeared that you had also provided direction that the chair would vote in the event of a tie, although there's been some subsequent discussion on what would the chair's voting position be. In addition, the number of other items came up as potential direction, and those are included on pages 71 and 72 of the staff report. And I can speak to a little bit of those. On page 72 itself includes some of the recommendations from the Resource and Infrastructure Committee meeting from January 8th. Most notably, their recommendation number 6 was already approved by your board during the bylaw action, or the direction. I guess that item needs to come back for final approval with a resolution. Overall, when Acting General Manager Madrid and I looked at this, we thought of an approach that may be appropriate, which is the development of bylaws at the committee level, and perhaps taking a two-step approach on it. The first step is after board discussion tonight, and whether that's through a formal motion or just general board discussion, informal feedback to staff, we would go back to the committees and develop a template for the bylaws. Bring that template for your board for your consideration and approval, and then once that first step is done, then go back to the committees and customize the bylaws then for each of the different committees so that there's consistency with the template, and then of course each committee has different responsibilities, and so then the bylaws for the committees get customized. Some of the noteworthy items is that at your January 3rd board meeting, you did identify in the discussion of goals specific goals that the committees would be responsible for. In the board letter, that is referenced as Attachment A. However, Attachment A wasn't included, and so no serious oversight on that part, although there is some oversight, because your board already established that as action. So those goals previously approved for your board to review at the committee level, we would still follow through with. And then the idea was that the committees themselves could identify more detailed goals that they believe are appropriate for 2019. Another item that I thought was good feedback from the Resource and Infrastructure Committee is that the chairmen, your board members who serve on specifically the Resource and Infrastructure Committee and the Finance Committee, act as the liaisons between the two committees. I think that's important because my general observations and what I've heard is that obviously there's a little bit of back and forth between the two committees, or how better said, one of the committees might have an item on the agenda, then it's on the agenda for the other committee, and having your board representatives who are on chairs could really enhance the coordination between the two different committees. Some of the details are terms of service. The recommendation out of Resource and Infrastructure is that the terms of service for the committee members would coincide with the election cycle, so that essentially committee members would have a 2-year term, but in December of the first year, staff would seek from the committee members as to whether they are interested in continuing to serve for the second year. If they're not, then we would establish a vacancy, and then there would be an application, and your board would, of course, make appointments for whatever those vacancies are. But a 2-year term of service to coincide with the election cycles, again, came out of the Resource and Infrastructure Committee. And staff generally, supports that particular recommendation. As discussed, meeting minutes or notes, there was a question as to whether or not the committees themselves can have subcommittees or ad hoc committees, and if so, would it be permissible for members of the public who are not on the committee to be able to participate in subcommittees or ad hoc committees of that committee, for the purpose of being able to broaden the public outreach. And of course, as any committee gets into certain details, there might be community representatives who have, subject matter expertise and can provide assistance to the committee on specific topics. The development of the mission statements for the committees is something that I would imagine would be in the template, again, for this particular committee to develop as part of the second step. And I think, my last comment, because this is, really a general overview of the staff report, is the last bullet on page 71 says the committee shall provide direction to staff to identify and develop bylaws for review. Not super important as a statement, but generally speaking, committees don't provide direction to staff. It's your board as a whole that provides direction to staff. So that's just a clarification that committees can make requests of staff, but formal direction is actually provided by your board. And with that, I'd be able to answer questions and provide board with additional feedback on potential direction to committees.
Okay, anyone? Director Howe.
I think Director Steidel got ahead of me there.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
This may just be a semantics thing, but the referencing of the boards having mission statements, I think has the potential for being confusing, because CCSD as a whole needs to have a mission statement. So when people are talking mission statements, you don't want to have to be asking which one at the committee level, at the CCSD level. I don't know what the appropriate term might be. Possibly it could be the charter, it could be
the purpose.
The purpose, yeah. But I would prefer singularly using mission statement at the CCSD level.
Understood.
Okay, Director Howe.
First to offer, sometimes one refers to a charge. A committee has a charge. I would suggest that as an alternative, that this board charges a committee to do something. I do have some other questions that they may need to be addressed in the bylaws, or maybe they're just addressed through the legal precedent. I think there needs to be clarity as to what the quorum is on one of these committees, because you have this situation where the chairman only votes if there's a tie. So it would be, well, as I see it, a quorum would be 3 if it didn't count the chairman, because that is a majority.
Yeah,
so,
correct.
Mr. Cardell, I think
Chairman shouldn't count as.
But if you have, so any 3 of the public members would be.
3 out of the 5.
Would be the quorum, right?
Yeah.
If the chairman has the right to vote at any time, he's the part of the quorum, even if it's only in the case of a tie.
So if there's two people, 2 public members and the chairman, so they can't really pass anything?
It's not a moving quorum.
It's not a quorum,
If
is
there's,
it? Yeah.
if there's 6 members, because there are,
Yeah.
and at some points, all 6 could vote. I mean, that's, the problem is he has voting power, so he's going to be included in the quorum.
So, pardon me for back and forth.
The quorum is 4.
So you're saying 4, but then.
That's one of the problems with having 6.
Yeah.
Right, because there would be a tie that the chair would have to.
That's when the chair would have to vote. But
And I understand that that would only happen if there are 4 there, but
Right.
nevertheless, with the right to vote, and I think Mr. Hogan agrees with me, that the quorum would be 4.
But this is where I can see the 4, but if you had 3 public members and no chairman, those 3 could
It's not a quorum.
Okay, that's, as long as it's well-defined.
So
There's
3
some-
could meet, and it wouldn't violate the Brown Act, is what you're saying?
That's a plus, if
That's the
true.
benefit of it.
Yes, that's a
They wouldn't have
benefit.
quorum.
Yeah. So
Right.
so you can have subcommittees that contain 3 public members. Good, I just want to be sure that that was the,
You mean like subcommittees?
yeah,
Okay.
subcommittees.
We'll follow up to make sure we're absolutely
Okay,
right, but
'cause, yeah, I'm sort of
we're pretty
in
confident.
and out, although it is my understanding that a body can establish its own quorum rules under certain, not true.
Not on the Brown Act.
Okay. The other question is, are there legalities as to, because we've indicated that the standing committee can form subcommittees that involve non-committee members, that is, I'll call them members of the public. Is there any limitation as to how many members of the public can be involved on a subcommittee, or can this be just left up to the standing committee itself?
The question was a subcommittee of the committee.
Yes.
Right. And whether or not, A, they could appoint members from the public, and then B, if there's a limitation of size.
Another way to say that would be, because I did I forget where I ran across it, but in some other set of bylaws, there was that you could never have a majority of non-members on the subcommittee. I'm not sure that applies in this case.
That makes sense.
It does.
So,
That makes sense that you shouldn't have more than the number of committee members.
so if you have 2 committee members who are on the subcommittee, you can have 2 public members. But if you had 4 members on the subcommittee, you could have 4 public members. Oh, 3, I'm sorry, 4 is you could have 3 though, right? Got it. So you could have 3 and 3, in other words. I just want to get clear about that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
I mean, the more public, the better, but I just wanted to see if we were limited in that way, or if it was a good thing to limit.
So,
I do need to, sorry, I need to clarify. Committee members, 3 committee members can form an ad hoc. With regard to committees that are also composed of members of the public, those become standing committees under the Brown Act.
Oh,
So they
so
become
they
Brown
couldn't
Act.
be a member of
Those become Brown Act committees. So I think it has to be carefully considered before
Okay.
going down that path, because
Okay.
there's costs involved.
Okay, because we do have some verbiage in our, the stuff that came out of the infrastructure committee regarding that issue, that we could involve public members. But what you're saying is if we do, that they are as subject to the Brown Act as the rest of us.
That's right.
And
Okay.
as it currently stands, the committees don't have the authority to create standing committees. It would only be your board that can do that.
Yeah, I was
So
raising- yeah,
a
excuse me.
committee that desires to create a subcommittee or an ad hoc
That's
is
what I'm
limited to
saying.
the ad hoc and is limited to membership of only the committee members. I have then a subsequent question. I'm not aware, though, of a limitation on an ad hoc committee to have a public meeting, and, yeah, so they can still invite comments from members of the public, but in terms of the formality of who's on the ad hoc committee, it's limited to committee membership.
Okay, could you respond then to paragraph 1 of the on page 72, because that's what I'm speaking to. Page 72, regarding the Resource and Infrastructure Committee, the draft guidelines, paragraph 1 is what I'm talking about.
On membership?
Yeah.
Yeah, so our feedback then to the Resource and Infrastructure Committee is that the ad hoc committee can only be members of the Resource and Infrastructure Committee. They can have a meeting where they generate public comment for their review, but the ad hoc committee is only members of the Resource and Infrastructure Committee.
Okay, I'm glad, thank you. I just need to get clarity there, because it's definitely not what was said on that what we had discussed, so.
Yeah, my
Clearly we were
recollection of the
down the wrong-
discussions is that they had certain hopes and desires, but we have legal parameters that we have to
Exactly, well,
work in.
that's why,
And
thank you.
If I might speak to that, because that's something that I was thinking through too, because I know that the urge is to get more folks in if you've got a subcommittee. And when you're limited to 2, which this it looks like we're going to be 3 is still not a quorum, so you could have a subcommittee of 3. But the advantage of a subcommittee of 2, just from my experience being president and having another board member with me, there was always like kind of a rocking horse that would happen. And then it was then the discussion then becomes, so the board needs to make this decision, which means that if the subcommittee is experiencing that, that's good. That means they've had a good discussion and they can bring the main points back to the full committee, which can then make the vote to decide which way to make a recommendation to the board. I might say, though, while it might be advantageous in the event of a tie for the board member to be able to break the tie, because of the nature of the votes that they would be taking, it seems to me that if a board member takes a vote on an item that's going to be recommended for action to the board, isn't that them projecting the decision how they would vote on that item when it's in front of the board? And isn't that like not really best practice?
Well, yes, but they certainly have the ability to change their mind, and based on
Oh, yeah, I
evidence-
change my mind all
based
the
on-
time.
Based on evidence that's presented to them at whatever hearing it is before the board. But yes, that's certainly an issue to consider.
So maybe it's something to think about, not having the tiebreaker if that's the only time the board member would vote anyway? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just
Well-
something that'll have to be further discussion for the policy committee, I'm like thinking. I don't know.
We've got 5 people on,
Uh-huh.
and so there's not going to be many ties.
No, that's what I'm thinking.
So I think it's going to be a moot point, to tell you the truth. And if
But it
does come
changes
up-
the count for the quorum, though.
But I think the chairperson remains voting, okay?
Okay.
Just in case, okay? And that also allows 3 people on an ad hoc committee, which might be possible too, might be preferable, since they want more people anyway, so.
I
Yes.
think the other thing to keep in mind is that with a committee of 5, you can have 2 ad hoc committees within that operating at the same time, doing different things. Where it isn't just the limitation of 2 people working on something. You can have several things going on at the same time, or a couple of things going on at the same time. But a question, if you were to get, if you had the need to tap someone within the community as a resource for information, and if you just approached it as an ad hoc committee and requesting information, but they were providing a product back to you, spreadsheet or, some other form of information, is that actually making them a member, or is that just tapping a resource within the community?
Seemingly, you're just asking them for information like
Okay.
you might ask anybody for
Right,
information.
okay, I just wanted to clarify that was, thank you.
Okay, so we got a general consensus here that we just want to give direction to these standing committees, okay, through the chairpersons that are sitting here, okay, that they are going to take the goals that we have basically set, review those, and come back with what they feel they should get done in 2019, okay, what their goals are. Okay, which hopefully will include the ones that we've quote-unquote assigned them, okay? And they will also consider a template of bylaws and come back and present those to us for consideration. Good. Any other clarity that the staff needs on as far as that goes?
One of the committees was interested whether or not a secretary could be assigned and not be a committee member. Sort of a note taker.
No, I think that,
It's one of the
Yes or no?
responsibilities that,
I think if they're going to have a secretary, it ought to be a member of the committee. That's generally the way committees run.
And if we
I mean,
can,
if we're recording.
it also, if we're
if we're
recording and
recording,
only
it won't
action
matter.
minutes, that makes the action minutes easy to do for the secretary, takes some load off of the staff if we've got that, because we can verify it with the recording.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's something maybe to add on page 71, the second bullet, page, the second item there, secretary is responsible, well, not secretaries, but the taking of action minutes, rather than inferring that it's in, you know.
Summary notes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think we covered that before, too. Okay. So we're going to give those basic instructions to the standing committees via this and information from the staff that the staff will provide. Between now and the February 28th meeting, I would expect all three of those committees to have met once. And the Finance Committee, and I know this because I'm the ex-chair, has an important function of reviewing the mid-year review budget prior to it coming to this body, okay? So Director Steidel, you need to make it so that you can hear the finance manager's input on the mid-year budget and still get information. So it needs to be 2 weeks prior to the 28th, at least, I think. The other meetings, I don't think it makes any difference. You guys go ahead and schedule them as you will with the 5 people that you know are available, and just make sure that the staff knows when they are so that they can put them out on the website so that all of the public that wants to go to those can. And I would say that the experience I had on the Finance Committee, the interaction and the discussion with the public at large that came to those meetings was absolutely terrific. It was very effective. There were times when we got a little bit off of task, but we had very good input, very good discussions. It enabled us to get a lot of work done and a lot of good work done. So I would encourage anyone who has something to say or some input on any of these 3 committees to please attend the committee meetings and speak up and provide your input, please. All right. Yes, ma'am.
I do have one more thing to say. I do believe that the chair is going to be coordinating with staff to create the agenda and get it posted. So
Correct.
we'll work with whoever the chairs are, if they get in contact with Haley, we'll work on creating the meeting for the first, the date for the first meeting and make sure that we get an agenda put together.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Quickie question.
Director Howe.
Information, how much lead time does the staff need? And then it's a 72-hour requirement, is that true? Okay, so how much lead time are we looking at then?
Well, the regularly scheduled meetings do require 72 hours posting, so it depends on what we're producing for the agenda. If it's just a basic agenda where they're going to talk about setting their schedule and maybe coming up with some goals and things like that, that's fairly simple, and it'll probably, at least a few days. Preferably a week or 2, but.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I would give them at least a week prior to.
That's fair, yeah.
Okay.
It means I need to get polling the committee right away.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Vice President Farmer.
I just wanted to add that of the people that applied for these committees, there were a couple of folks that we didn't discuss, Mr. Key and Mr. Doran. And knowing that both of those fellows are rather passionate in their own fashion, I would encourage them to attend I think they both applied for infrastructure, and I would encourage them to attend the infrastructure committee meetings. I haven't seen them there before, but since they seem to express an interest, they, as well as the president alluded to, as many people as possible are welcome to attend. But I don't want those 2 fellows to think that, well, we're going to take our toys and go home and we're not going to be involved. We would appreciate it, since you expressed an interest, that you would attend the meetings and become involved, even just as a public citizen. Thank you.
Can I follow on Director Farmer's comment? If it weren't too difficult on staff time or otherwise, it seems to me it would be appropriate for this board to to send a brief thank you note to the people who have applied, thanking them for applying, because
Maybe the committee chairs could.
well, that's another way of doing it, but it seems like a good idea.
Yeah, yeah, I think that.
Do I have
think
permission
the
from the
com-
board
yes,
that
the
on the
committee
board's
chairs
behalf,
should
I
do
can
that,
do that?
yes.
And say, on
Absolutely.
behalf of the CCSD board, we thank you for,
And for those that weren't nominated to go, I will do that. Okay, if you'll give me the names and stuff.
Okay, so do you want the clerk to notify everybody who was selected? And
Yeah,
perhaps
you can-
provide the
it's gonna be
contact
out-
information for
yeah,
each other?
I think you can put that out on the website
oh, yeah.
and contact them.
Well, for those who aren't here who may have been selected, though, is that, I'm assuming that you'd want the chairs contacting
Yes, I
them
want the
too.
chairs contacting them. I don't think the clerk has to do that.
No,
The
they're
chairs
just
should
going to
do
put
that.
it up on the website, right?
Contact
Right.
information will be up, though.
Right.
Good, good.
And I'll get the information on the others that weren't from staff, and I'll write them a note.
Great.
All right, moving on to the next item, which is last, 6F,
Almost last.
regular business. I believe this is Mr. Carmel's item.
Sure. And then just give
Okay, I'll introduce this item. This is introduction of an ordinance amending the section of 8.04.110 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code relating to the affordable program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tim Carmel.
Thank you. President Pearson, members of the board, this is a continuing dialogue regarding more closely aligning the district's affordable housing program with the county's housing program. And essentially what that meant is broadening the eligible affordable housing projects to match the counties. And those are extremely low, very low, low, moderate, and workforce. Additionally, in the proposed draft ordinance that's attached, we have two main issues. One is the connection fee incentive, which we've now made discretionary and up to 50%. Currently, it's not discretionary and it's 50%. We felt with the variety of income categories that you'd want some flexibility, and that's the purpose of making it permissive and up to 50. The other issue is issuing intent to serve letters for affordable housing projects, which when the moratorium was enacted back in 2001, actually was one of the items that they included, but they never implemented formally. I mean, I think we've treated them that way. Projects have gone through like People's Self-Help, but it's not actually codified. So there is a provision now stating that intent to serve letters can be issued for affordable housing projects. So you're going to want to consider that issue carefully. Additionally, returning to the incentive, we did not include workforce housing in the connection fee incentive, feeling that it was a fairly large income that we're talking about and maybe didn't need to be incentivized. I have to note a very large mistake I made in this ordinance. The county has two ordinances. It has an inland ordinance and a coastal zone ordinance. I used the inland ordinance. That's why you saw a Title 22 number. The actual code provision that we're dealing with, the county's housing affordability standards, is in Title 23. That's 23.04.094. We green sheeted it, so you should have it in front of you. Luckily, the two code provisions are identical. So if you read the one that I cited, you essentially read the same thing that you have in front of you now. Let's see, I think that's it. And I guess I'd be glad to answer any questions. I think that's it. And then again, because this is an ordinance, it has to be introduced in a sort of a peculiar way. So the motion should be, I move to introduce ordinance 01-2019, an ordinance amending section 804.110 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code relating to affordable housing program, and waive further reading. And that way you don't have to read the whole ordinance, and it's required by law. So be glad to answer any questions. Staff prepared this with the oversight of Director Rice and Director Steidel, and There wasn't consensus on every item, as you'll probably see in the discussion that follows. So certainly there's flexibility, and you should make changes that you feel are necessary and appropriate, and then introduce the ordinance. Thanks.
Okay, we also have public comment on this. Two people, Crosby Schwartz, we'll start with you, and then following will be Ms. Webb.
Good evening, President Pearson, members of the board, and staff. Because of the late hour, I'll try to be very brief about this. A couple of things I think you should consider before you move forward on this item. There is a statement in the agenda package saying that depending on how these ordinances are modified, there could be significant financial impacts to the district. This is very true, but there's no analysis of the financial impacts provided. I think you should do this before you proceed with this item, and I would recommend that you also include the financial impact from the other low-income incentives, which include 3.04.040, the wastewater rate reduction incentive, and the 3.04.050, the fire suppression fee waiver. Just be a good idea to get a perspective of how much lost revenue, if you want to put it that way, the district incurs by these financial incentives. With regard to the income categories, the county's income categories, which are 5, as was mentioned, they're using them for a slightly different purpose, and there's no requirement that the CCSD include all 5 of those income categories in this ordinance. I would just recommend the low-income categories, the bottom 3. The 2 top income categories, the moderate and the workforce, are people with incomes above the median level for this area and probably above the income of many of the residents of this community. They're in excess of 100,000 in some of these cases. I'm not comfortable with making it discretionary because that could just introduce a lot of variation between what one project receives and the other, depending on the mood of the board or if a membership changes on the board and so forth. I think you should set it and say, okay, this is it. If you meet the requirements, this is your connection fee deduction. Another question I had is in these 2 other low-income incentives, the wastewater rate and the fire suppression, they specify that the loss of revenue to the departments get reimbursed out of the general fund. This might have been to avoid any legal problems of using funds that are essentially going to the water and wastewater fund and using those funds to incentivize affordable housing. So it's kind of like a use of funds for a different purpose than it was intended. Finally, this will be a real quick one. I'm not comfortable with including this intent to serve letter feature in this ordinance. This ordinance was intended just to provide financial incentives to low-income customers, and I think it should be restricted just to that purpose only. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Webb?
Well, I really appreciate Crosby Schwartz's comments and totally agree with everything he just said there. Putting it on a case-by-case basis to the board, I think, is a really bad idea. It's just like the intent to serves, that expire, that everybody has to come up and plead their case to you, when in fact you have ordinances and policies that say that things should expire within a certain period of time. You should just stop the discretionary. I just think it's really undue burden really on the board. 50%, just leave the 50% in there. This staff report saying that the other issue to consider is whether affordable housing projects should be eligible to obtain intent to serve letters and to proceed with development at this time, even though we're in a moratorium. I cannot believe this language is in there, frankly. I'm blown away when I read it. The person that makes money on this, no matter what, is Tim Carmel. Nothing against you, Mr. Carmel, but every time we get sued, all the money is going to the lawyers. And this is going to be a lawsuit from the wait list saying, why is affordable housing all of a sudden being put now able to build in a moratorium, and why can't the whole rest of the wait list build in a moratorium? You absolutely cannot have that language in there. If people self-help housing just got intent to serve approved by the CSD, that was a mistake. That's going to go to Coastal Commission, it's going to be appealed, and they're not going to be able to build. We do not have the water. We do not have a functioning water project. There were people up here, including Harry Farmer with his bucket before he was on this board, showing how we had to save water in buckets in our showers. I understand people, need affordable housing. We do not have the water. No new projects, whether they are affordable housing or not, can be allowed until the moratorium is lifted. And I don't, everything else Crosby said is absolutely right. I think this whole agenda item needs to go to the policy committee for more review. I think more people in the community need to know that this was happening today, because you're going to hear from all the people who are not able to build because we do not have the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Schwartz.
Good evening, Board. Yeah, it's been a long meeting. I just want to follow up on a couple of things. The other thing, too, is before this is passed, shouldn't we be saying how much, we're reducing it by 50% for connection fees. But I think those connection fees need to be revisited, because we don't know what they are. After we spend millions and millions of dollars, I think the connection fees to buy into our system should be greatly increased. And if we let people build now, before we reevaluate what they need to pay to get into the system. The other thing, too, is that, as time goes on, we're going to see that we really do need the BRP to get this permit. And if we don't establish what people have to pay into the BRP, it's going to be passed on to other people that are, if they get to build first, it's going to be passed on to other people. And then we also recommended that the CCSD come up with a policy that does affordable housing have to pay into BRP, and if why not? I mean, we passed that into our report. So that's the other thing. And with all this subsidy, I mean, if the BRP is expensive and the connection fees are expensive and we're subsidizing all these people, which is not a bad thing to help really low income, but we're going to be creating more members that need to be subsidized. Because it's just, I mean, in the sewer rates, the other thing too is the sewer rates have been increased substantially. Now we're going to subsidize 50% of those. So until we know what it's going to cost us to do all of this, I really think we should look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for some clarity, the board long ago set aside these 56 allocations for low-income housing, and the People's Self-Help already have a letter from not a decade ago, but 5 years ago. 2012. Okay. So
and
those
we used to
are
add
done.
6 a year. We used to add 6 a year. We changed the ordinance so we
So
didn't
don't.
add 6
Right.
more.
So now we're at 56 and we're stopped. And that's how many. And out of that 56, 36, right, is self-help? 0. Oh, they don't count on that. Okay.
These allocations currently exist.
Okay. So those allocations are in addition to what People's Self-Help Housing is going to do.
They're unassigned.
Unassigned.
They're just
Okay.
sitting in a bank, so to speak.
Good.
Good question.
No. Director Howell.
I'm finding this very confusing. So the 56 that are reserved, are those for low-cost housing, or are they for multifamily housing? Or both?
They're for affordable housing
Affordable
as
housing.
we currently, as is currently stated in our ordinance.
Got it. So it's affordable housing, and then there's another group that's multifamily, so that's a separate. she's nodding, so, yeah, I just.
No, there's a wait list for
There's
both.
a wait
It's
list
a
for
separate
those.
little wait list.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
not
There's
separate
not
wait
additional
list.
above that 56 allocated for that.
Right.
No.
So there's again, just so I got it clear, so there's 56 allocated for affordable. There's a wait list consisting of X number of connections, which is for multifamily. And then there's the wait list we all know and love, which is the residential.
Single family,
Is
yeah.
that?
Single family
Is my understanding
residential.
correct? Okay, thank you, yeah.
Right. So what the aim here is to align our ordinance with the county ordinance, okay? And the reason that I see for doing that is because if someone wanted to, protest our ordinance, they would take it to the county and the county would prevail because the county ordinances overrule ours on a regular basis. Okay? So
I believe, and I might be wrong about this, but when I was reading through Title 23, it does have a clause in there, and I can't remember if it was specifically inclusionary housing, which is also affordable or low income, but inclusionary housing is a slightly different standard. But I don't know if it was in inclusionary or affordable, but it said the more restrictive ordinance applies, meaning if we had something more restrictive than the county, that would apply, looking at the code. And I could be wrong, and it could maybe not apply to affordable. Here's kind of what I've come to in terms of, as Director Steidel and I worked together and I read through this. The main purpose for this is to say, hey, look, we have a moratorium on, there are some projects that with board approval, if the board can make the findings that there is the water to supply it, not just the paper water of intent to serve sitting there at 56, but that there are projects that would qualify for an exemption if we could find that there was enough water, and that if those projects that qualified for the exemption from the moratorium also may be eligible for a reduction in their connection fee. And the reduction, and this relates to a specific comment I think that Ms. Webb made, that the connections are, sorry, I just totally lost my train of thought. Brain fog. It is, but when you have a project ready to go, and the board can make the findings, that reduction in the connection fee is a refund once it's ready to occupy. So we could we do something in the ordinance that would say you pay the whatever reduction connection fee, the connection fee that's at the time that you get the refund, and not the one that's in place when you come ask for the intent to serve for affordable? Do you understand that?
Not really. You're saying they'll pay the connection fee in place at the time they build a pull permit?
Well, they pay the full connection, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we took money from people's self-help,
right.
and
It's
once
one-
it's final,
Right.
then they get a refund of whatever amount
Right.
based on the ordinance that's in place. The thing I'm asking is, can we make it so whatever the connection fee is in place at the time of the refund, rather than the time they give us the money, or wouldn't be legal?
I don't think it would be legal. It would certainly penalize them.
And in the
Right.
case of people's self-help, we'd give them more money back.
Right, well, I'm not talking about people's self-help, because I'm talking about anybody that would fall under the new ordinance. So I'm going to build an affordable house, and then I can understand that not knowing what that end point is on the connection fee, but I think that Mrs. Schwartz had the right idea that we do need to change our connection fee, and that giving a reduction. One of the things that was kind of changed as part of the discussion was the limitation on which projects would qualify for potentially a refund up to 50%. and changing it to up to 50% instead of just 50%. So you don't get a refund on the connection fee if you build something that's moderate or workforce. But if it's lower or low or very low income, then you qualify for up to 50%. So if they do something that's lower income, maybe we do 25%, but if they do very low or whatever. Because all these 50% of 30% of 20% of the AMI, so I made a couple of tables. AGP, can you pull that up? These are from the most current SLO County numbers, which just came out on the 8th this year. So these are not, I think it's helpful to see those numbers. I think they'll get it up there. Sorry, I caught you off guard. I was also concerned about eliminating the issue of nonprofit, built by a nonprofit, and looking at how what the mechanism is to enforce the affordability over a long period of time. There may be issues with that, but that's outside of our realm of, I think the only thing our ordinance should do is say these projects are possibly eligible for a reduction in the connection fee and an exemption from the moratorium if the board makes the findings, which is the one thing I think is important for us to have the discretion to say yes or no when a project comes to us and says, look, we're affordable, and they give us and then we say, okay, that meets the qualifications of the checklist from the county, and then we're good to go. So this first one is, this is for rent. So if somebody were to build something like People Self-Help, where they rent things out and they remain the landlord. The lower table is the maximum housing cost for individuals at each of the income levels, and the next slide is going to show the income levels, but show what the maximum rent that's allowed and the maximum price that would qualify for purchasing a house. So like I could pay, if I've got a 2-bedroom place and I qualify under the lower income, I can pay $1,300 a month for my mortgage, essentially, if I'm going to buy, if the affordable unit is for sale. If it's going to be built for rent, the most that you could rent it out for would be $1,124. Otherwise, it doesn't qualify as low income under the. So can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this one, if you look at the bottom one, that gives you, AMI stands for the adjusted median income, and that's specific to this county. 100%, if you're single, is $58,250. If you've got 2 people in your household, the median income is $66,550. And if you go down and you look at the moderate income, you're looking at $99,000 for a family of 4 or $79,000 for 2 people. So if you're going to build a house that somebody who's moderate income would qualify for, you're looking at somebody that makes probably $60,000 more than I do right now.
Well, there are people that work for the CCSD that are right in that category that can't live here now because they can't afford a place.
Absolutely, and we're not going to solve that problem with these changes because we're not going to be able to build enough housing for the people that want to live here. But the sample sales price is what I found most interesting because that's the top maximum sales price, and you can find this information on, I will send it to anybody who wants to ask for it, arice@cambriacsd.org. I send it to anybody who wants it. I'll send a copy to the acting general manager so she has a copy also. But you could build a house and sell it for, if it's got 3 bedrooms, somebody who qualifies at moderate income level could buy it for $374,000. Now that is lower than most of the houses that have been on the market in the last 5 years. However, $561, I mean, it's not unusual to have a family of 3 or 4. $518,000 for workforce level, that's not should not qualify for a refund of the connection fee, and probably shouldn't even qualify for an exemption, because then we are going to run into a problem with people who are on the wait list. Because they could all go, oh man, I could build something for this level and I qualify under workforce, so this would be something that I would qualify because I meet the income limits and I'm going to build a house that's less than that amount. Right, but there's a lot of people on the wait list that have parcels that might decide that they want to try and qualify under that.
But they have to build a minimum of 5 units, right? And at least 20% of those units have to be for low income.
That is not true for single family, for the county's ordinance. Because that's inclusionary, what you're talking about.
But you can't make that transition between somebody who's on, are you inferring that somebody who's on the wait list could do that, turn around and access an affordable housing water meter and build a house? But that's, well, but it isn't totally. There's language in the ordinances of the county that people who want to build have to go through a certain process and have to define and put restrictions on property that are held for 45 years. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to wait for another 45 years for those to fall off or not follow anything else that may be in effect at that time, 45 years down, I mean, those kinds of variables you can't address. You can only address the constraints within which the county's defined what can be accomplished and the rules that they've put in place for being able to qualify in definition for this affordable housing. And those definitions, if you read what the county ordinances are, you cannot just arbitrarily move to that category and change over a parcel that you have as a single-family residential parcel to be able to obtain a meter in affordable housing. The county code precludes it.
Yeah. I need a motion to continue, since we've got 3 minutes left.
Oh, we do have 3 minutes. Okay, I'll wait till for that. I had another motion, but.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll make the motion to continue, thank you, for till 6:30.
Okay, thank you. Second? All in favor? Okay.
And
Yeah.
if I'm off base, I mean, perhaps, Mr. Carmel, you can validate what I'm saying, or you can take exception to what I've said and correct the statements.
No, I think there are a number of barriers. I think you're correct. The county's affordable restrictions, which live, I think, for 55 years.
Depending on if you rent or sell.
Right. They're very long-term, no matter what. It's pretty hard to qualify for this process. Let's just say that. I mean, I certainly agree that the income levels for workforce and moderate are extreme when you look at real affordable housing. But nevertheless, they're lacking in this community, but that's not the issue. Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I also think, the county's growth management ordinance exempts affordable housing, but doesn't exempt workforce housing. So you can't get, in Cambria, you wouldn't be able to pull a permit for workforce housing under the affordable housing program, even if we don't have to exempt it because the county already does. But yes, I agree that I don't think that there's sort of a loophole here. I think there are many other issues. When you have a 55-year affordably restricted home, it's really hard to get financing. That's one thing. And I think the county's mechanisms for processing an affordable housing unit are pretty extreme. And if it's sort of a sham, you would have the ability when it gets here, because you'd see it. You would have the ability and the discretion to say no.
Right. We don't have to give a letter to serve.
Right.
We can look at their proposal, see what's going on, and then we can make a decision. But Director Howe, you had something?
Yes, I'm finding this an incredibly difficult thing to really get a good handle on. It's clearly very important. I would like to move to table this at least until the next meeting?
I'm good with that, and I think we need to direct staff to work with us to get a better report so that we really understand the issues as they are, you know, what are the restrictions and what aren't the restrictions, et cetera. What would we be voting for, that kind of thing. I think we need a better understanding, and I'd be glad to work with staff to try to get that document together, and then make this the first item on the agenda in February. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Just to address one or two of the other items that were voiced by folks who had gotten up to speak. And there was a concern about how the costs of owning a home would be passed to others in an affordable housing environment, and that could be anything from a parcel tax to a fire tax to any of those different kinds of things. And frankly, all it does is happen as a function of the county taxes. It's recorded on the taxes for the property, because those are all defined and assessed by the assessor's office. So it's an automatic application. It isn't something that CCSD is involved in, and it isn't something that anyone in those kinds of environments would be able to avoid. It's a property tax, and it's part of the assessor's office, and it gets put on the tax bill. The other thing were several references to the BRP, and there's kind of some mixing across about different kinds of things that were discussed. And the reality is the housing that we're talking about wasn't a part of the BRP. It sat outside the BRP. What the BRP defined and directed towards was single-family residential.
Okay.
But this also does that because it eliminates the distinction between multifamily and single-family lots in the town.
And maybe that's something that we want to do, is put the multifamily caveat back in there and say you have to have multifamily, and you have to be zoned for multifamily. But again, we need more clarity and stuff. Vice President Farmer, your light's on.
Thank you. I thought you were trying to ignore me, Mr. President, and I can understand that. But I just want to put a slightly different spin on this entire issue of the need for affordable housing. Last night, a number of us that are here, in fact, all 4 board members except President Pearson, who was ill at the time, we all attended the very, how could we say it, cordial, but nevertheless perceptively address the issue of vacation rentals. And that goes in some ways with affordable housing, because one of the problems in this community that is existing now is that people can't find a place to rent because they don't exist, or because the rentals are increasing and people are moving out of town even though they work here. And so what has been happening is, like I say, people that have second home here that are renting them out are raising the rents and people can't afford it, or, as was indicated last night by a number of people that spoke, that all of a sudden there's this mushrooming of vacation rentals around them that didn't exist before. And so part of the issue is fewer rentals are available because people that own second home here are making decisions not to allow renting, affordable housing, if you wish to call it that, to be available. And that's very problematic. And it's like I say, it's a problem that is being created by people that don't live here. And I don't want to make a judgment on why they do what they do, but that's part of the problem. I would also want to state that with regard to any building that's going to take place in this community, the first thing that we need to do is to upgrade and improve water and wastewater infrastructure, which has been neglected for so long. And I think before we do any building and put further demands and further stress on infrastructure, we need to take care of that problem first. Those are my 2 observations. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to table this and move it to February. Do I have a second on that one?
Sure.
And is that based on some very specific direction as far as information that staff would be bringing back?
Yeah, I think the staff report is going to have to include exactly what restrictions the county has on this program, and then what ours would look like when we're aligned, or do we want to align, and that kind of thing. So,
Can I ask a procedural question?
sure.
So there's an ad hoc committee that looked at this. Are we disbanding that in lieu of you're going to work with council and
Oh,
bring
no.
it back in
Good idea.
February? I'm just
idea.
trying to.
Good idea. Why don't you two continue to work?
Really?
Yes. Do you want to?
I'm happy to have you take it over, but I like working with Cindy. I'm getting to know her.
Well, you two
She might not like working with me, but.
can work with staff and get us a staff report that gives us all the information I think that we need to know moving
Okay.
forward. Yeah.
Well,
Better.
how about it, reach out to me if there's something specific that you want, or reach out to
Yeah.
staff, so that,
Yeah.
not to both of us, obviously, that would be a Brown Act violation, but to one of us, so that we can make sure that if there's something informationally, we can try and make sure it's in there.
Sure. Absolutely. Okay, we have a motion, and Director Rice, did you second the
Yes.
motion? Then we have a motion and a second. We better get a roll call vote on this.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. Okay. We are now on the general manager's report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. I'll just briefly go over some of my notes instead of reviewing my entire report, and then ask you if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer those. So I just wanted to tell you we are continuing to work on the regular coastal development permit. I know you all know that we've submitted the feasibility study to the county. I did also provide a copy to Tom Lester. We do have Tom Lester's memo, and we are in the process of reviewing it, and we'll be discussing it at some point next week, most likely. The lift station A1, we are getting a quote. I think that the Infrastructure Committee and the Finance Committee are both apprised of that situation and the need to upgrade the facility, so that is in the work plan for the mid-year budget, and we will be bringing that to the board for their approval during that time. Lift station A, I was out in the field this morning. It was very cold in front of the ocean, but I did have the chance to get very familiar with Lift Station A, which is right on the coast, right on the coast. So John did share with me what he believes is a good plan, and the exciting thing about this kind of stuff is that I haven't worked in this particular area very closely, but it's pretty fun to see our staff who are excited about making those changes, have really good ideas, and then hopefully we'll be able to work forward with the various committees and get this taken care of so that we don't have that issue of concern that close to the ocean. So it did fail. They are working on getting the repairs. They did get it up and running again today, but they are working on getting whatever the mechanisms are that they need to get in order to keep it running. So the CIP list has been revised. We took the CIP plan and our projected revenue, and we worked with the two department managers, water and wastewater, and that's where we came up with the A1 lift station upgrade, and also for water, it is, well, I can't remember what it was for water right off the top of my head, but I'll try to come back to that item. Anyway, the influence screen I also got to see this morning at the wastewater yard, and it is coming along nicely, and they have had a couple of little hiccups where there's some sort of an issue between the type of pipe that is being installed and the connector to it. So they did actually get the connector on site, and they're working on putting it all together. And there's a bit of a process, but it looks like they are still on track for being finished on February 7th. So let's see, we did provide a list of training in here that's, some is required and some is optional, which I know that Haley does a really good job of reaching out to the directors and staff who are required for the two different types of mandatory training as well as other training. On
the mandatory training that you had for us, Are you going to sign us up for this April 12th training in San Luis Obispo? Or
I
do we-
think the people who are required, who have responded, have been signed up. I know that Director Rice took it online, and then Templeton CSD has reached out to us, and they're also offering one that is live, and that one is actually required, as I understand it, statutorily now. Instead of just doing a webinar for harassment, you have to actually take it in person as well. So I don't think that answers your question, does it?
So
'Cause
the
you wanna know if
live
you're
one
registered.
is the harassment or the one, the
Ethics you can take
one?
as a
Oh,
webinar, but
okay.
harassment, you have to actually have it in classroom.
But the April 12th meeting was canceled, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
It was not canceled. Templeton offered
Oh, okay.
the same course
Oh,
just
okay.
in February,
Earlier.
so that was the one I signed you
Right, okay.
and Director Farmer up for.
Okay, so I need to sign up for one and take the,
If you're not certified. You only have to be recertified every 2 years.
every 2 years?
Every 2
Okay,
years.
so I'm good for another year. All right.
Okay. I remember the water upgrade. It's SR4.
Yes.
It's right here in my notes. So that is another upgrade that is a critical component of our infrastructure, and it did actually just recently fail, and it also was good timing so that we could work up the work plan and get it put into the mid-year budget. So we are working on the mid-year budget. I do actually have a copy right here for studying. And we're also working on the closure plan. We're continuing to mix the water, as I talked about earlier today, and drain the pond. The good thing about the rain is, well, the bad thing about the rain is that it increases the level in the pond. But the good thing about it is it dilutes the boron rate. So it's a good and a bad, but it's really better as far as we're concerned. So the audit report is being worked on. Pam is working with the auditor on that, and we anticipate having it brought back in in March. And she's also working with the Tyler Encode folks, and she's getting that done. And then with that, I'll take any questions that you have, and then she can go ahead and go over the finance manager's report with you.
Questions?
I have a brief question. I would just like to know, with regard to the impoundment basin and saying that, you know, the rains are helping to dilute the boron, but isn't the ultimate intent to empty the impoundment basin, especially what it is that collects, you know, at the lowest part? So in that case, it's not really, the rain is not assisting the ultimate goal.
We plan on trucking it out, that's what you're talking about, when it's at 18 inches.
Right.
So it currently, I believe, the last I heard was at 48 inches. But the problem was we weren't at 18 inches, and the boron rates, when you get the wastewater and the effluent and you're mixing it with the pond, the levels were getting to the point where we were going to have to start trucking it before we were at 18 inches. So the good part about getting the rain is we're still able to dispose of it by mixing it without having to truck it and have that extra cost. So we are still working on the closure plan. We're working closely with John Rocky. Our staff is in close contact with him and Jeff Dinsmore and any of the other regulators with those two agencies that they need to be in contact with, and they are doing their reporting and their testing.
Well, we'll just hope for the best, that the rain stops somewhere around late April, and we'll get lucky in the summer, right? Thank you.
Right.
Any other questions for the
And we've got
General Manager?
3 more years before that 5-year target that was set by the Regional Water Quality Control Board? Emptying the pond in its entirety. Not to say that that's how long it's going to take to do it. It's just that in terms of the constraints that they put on the district.
I think so. That wasn't a requirement, I don't believe.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it was a target, but I can check.
Target, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I just want to compliment staff, and I don't know who was responsible, but the ad that went out with for the chamber was really nicely worded. It was a nice design. It was one of the most, it was a breath of fresh air when I opened it to see that, and it was so nice, and the language wasn't like apologetic, and it wasn't like bombastic. It was just clear, neighborly, and I really appreciated it. So whoever's responsible, thank you.
Melissa wrote that.
Thank you for having her do that. It was
You are
wonderful.
welcome.
Okay, I guess we're ready for finance now.
So I'm just going to elaborate real quick on Tyler Technologies for a moment. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? I just want to elaborate real quick on Tyler Technologies. So Mr. Ogren has a lot of experience with Tyler Technologies, so we are going to develop a plan to evaluate our master data that we have in our current financial system and try to develop the things that we would want to have in the new financial system. That's basically our first step of the process. So hopefully, I'm guessing it would probably be into February before this would happen, just because of the other commitments we all have on our plate. So, and then as far as the audit goes, Mr. Bruner, I've been in coordination with him at least once a week, giving him an update on where I am on the things that I need to complete before he can come back out to the site. And then he also thought it was necessary to send a letter to your board. So just showing his commitment to complete the audit and get it done as soon as he possibly can.
Okay, and just to let the public know, the auditor has found a good number of reconciliation and other issues with our finances that he has basically designated our audit as a high-risk audit. And that's just because we don't have all the information that he asked for when it was initially asked for. The staff has done an outstanding job of attacking this issue and getting on it. And even before the auditor showed up, Ms. Duffield was already going back and reconciling what needed to be done and finding the stuff that was missing, et cetera, et cetera. And they have done just a yeoman's work getting all that together. And they think they're going to have it all together by the end of February, and that's tremendous. And then the auditor will be able to complete his look-see at everything and double-check, and then we'll have a really good audit at the end of March. So I want to thank the staff for doing above and beyond to get the finances back into the situation where we can get a really good audit done. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to, are you finished, Pam? Okay. I just want to mention a couple of things. We did get some transfer and lieu fees recently, about $36,000 worth, and those will be restricted to voluntary lot merger fund as we have identified in our code, but it's nice to have some money come into that account. And we also will continue the spending freeze until the mid-year budget is adopted, except for critical mission critical issues.
Yeah, SR4 and
A1.
A1.
But lift station A is already in the budget.
Good.
Awesome, right?
Yes. Excellent. All right.
I'm
we look
glad-
forward to the budget.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm glad to hear that you are continuing that, because I had to check my number 3 times when I put the expenditure report into the spreadsheet, because I'm like, what do you mean fire department only spent? So I appreciate that you're really keeping an eye on that, because we need to. Thanks.
I would just like to add, by the way, that the openness of our president, our board president here, to allow the community to be informed of the fact that, well, we've run into some glitches and some issues with regard to finances, and we're going to do the best that we can to rectify this. In the past, this is not a reflection on our previous president, but there are times in the past when you never would have heard that we had problems or even how they were created. And so this is just another indication of how, this board is making every effort to be, like I say, as open and honest with the district, with the community, with regard to the issues and how we're tackling them to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
All right, future agenda items. Yes, sir.
I think we skipped 7.
Oh, yes, we did. We skipped 7. All right. My haste. Good thing somebody's looking after me, you know? All right.
a team.
Mike Lyons and Karen Dean. Mike's. All right, so Karen, would you like to come up and give us a short report on the Infrastructure Committee?
I thought I was off the hook there for a minute. Some of what's in my report has been discussed already, but I'll just go ahead and read what I've got. The Infrastructure Committee met January 8th at the Cambria Fire Station after consulting with the president of the board and knowing that the new structure of the committee hadn't been formed yet. We went ahead and did the meeting with the existing committee structure. We had a very full room. All current committee members were present with the exception of Jim Behringer, who had conflicting commitments. Staff members present were the Acting General Manager Monique Madrid, Strategic Planning and Organizational Advisor Pavel Okren, Finance Manager Pam Duvfield, Management Analyst Melissa Bland, Engineer Bob Greshams, the Wastewater Operator John Alchin, Assistant Clerk Annette Young, and 7 members of the public. So we had a pretty full room. The election of officers was tabled until our February 5th meeting so that the new committee members being assigned at today's CCSD meeting could be involved. We also postponed scheduling meetings beyond that February 5th meeting so that we could accommodate the meeting schedules being set for the CCSD and the Finance Committee. Staff presented the committee with an excellently produced CIP work plan for the fiscal year 2018 and 19. This plan explained the revenues anticipated from the Prop 218 increases and how this affects the budget infrastructure has to work with on the needed CIP projects for the remainder of the fiscal year. The Infrastructure Committee had previously identified priority projects in each department that could be done within our budget. However, due to some issues that recently surfaced in water and wastewater, some of those priorities needed to be updated. We learned that the wastewater department has experienced recent failures in the control panel for lift station A1 at Sherwood and Harvey. This control panel upgrade was included as a recommended wastewater priority item for the second half of this fiscal year. However, due to the issues, it has now become a more critical priority. The cost for this upgrade was estimated at $52,496. Also affecting the wastewater budget for CIP projects are the cash purchase of the F-350 service truck with the crane at $57,040, the existing fund deficit of $27,722, and the interfund loan debt payment due June 30th, 2019 in the amount of $102,742. These items totaled $240,000, which was the total anticipated from the Prop 218 rate increase for the remainder of this fiscal year. This leaves about $75,000 of maintenance operation expenses, such as raising the manholes, replacing manhole covers, etc., unfunded for now, as well as digester handrails, rust converter, and painting at $15,000. I think we got an update. Some of that may be a little different from what we learned at the meeting. The water department experienced some recurring instrumentation programming and data logging failures at well SR4 and to a lesser extent at SR3 well sites. So the SCADA system upgrades already identified as a priority for the second half of this fiscal year has become also a more critical need. The committee received an update on the installation of the influence screen. It is now expected to be completed by the first week of February 7th, and I believe the general manager already explained that. We are also updated on the PG&E Sustainable Solutions Turnkey Program project. The proposal was received by the district and was sent back to be scaled down. We discussed a draft proposal to the board for our recommendations for our committee structure. I believe you already addressed all of that today, so I don't need to go into that. So I think all I need to let you know is the next resources and infrastructure meeting is scheduled for February 5th, 1 p.m. at the Vets Hall. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. It's good to know Ms. Dean is going to be on the committee for another year at least. The Finance Committee really didn't have a meeting. We kind of met, but we didn't meet formally, so there's really nothing to report. We really had we had a discussion about the items that we needed to get repaired right away, and about when we were going to get the budget and revised budget and thing, but otherwise, there was nothing of substance that we really discussed and stuff. Okay, sorry for my lapse there. It's getting late, as Harry pointed out earlier, you know. But we, again, we need another motion to extend the meeting since we're at the end of the 30 minutes that we already did.
No, I said 6:30.
I know.
So we have
five
5 minutes to go. So can I give just a couple of quick reports from liaison?
Well, but if you do, we still have future agenda items, and we still have closed session.
I move that we go
Okay.
to 6:45 so that we don't spend 5 minutes arguing about it.
Yes. Second?
Okay.
All in favor? Aye.
Well, probably what I have to address to the crowd that is still here may not be that important, but I just want to let you know that we had a Forest Committee meeting, and the main feature of that meeting was a presentation by Rick Hawley on planting trees and the importance of planting trees. And you may wonder, well, why are we talking about this at the, well, we do own the Fiscalini Ranch, and as was pointed out at the meeting, what we know about Cambria is it's Cambria Pines by the Sea. You see it on license plates, and obviously it's how this community is defined. So one of the things that Rick pointed out was that obviously trees, especially the pines, are dying due to the drought. It's also not only are trees dying, but they're not being regenerated because of the drought, although right now we're getting very sufficient rain, and that's a good thing. So we need to plant thousands of trees in Cambria because they provide shade, protect the understory, and their habitat for birds. All of these things are important with regard to nature that is around us. Also, fog drip, which is really important for those of us that have lived here a long time. We know how much fog there used to be here in this community, and it isn't nearly to the extent that it is. Statewide, fog drip has reduced 60% in the last 40 years and has increased quite a bit in the recent years because of drought. This was brought up not just at this Forest Committee meeting with Rick Hawley, but also brought up at the FFRP, which I'm going to stress here in a minute, their annual as well as the regular meeting that happened this past Saturday, the idea of green space, the Forest Committee, and the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve all coordinating together to finally hire a forest manager, which is something that all of those folks have wanted to do, but have kind of not really gotten together. Hopefully that will happen in the near future. With regard to the FFRP, which is Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, they elected Mark Larson as the new chairperson. He replaced Walt Andrus, who has been serving in that capacity very admirably for the past 2 years. Just to let us know, at year's end, the FFRP has 268 paying members. But what is more impressive is that with regard to total volunteer hours for this previous year, with regard to administration and education and outreach and fundraising and ranch and forest management, 4,957 volunteer hours were accrued, which I think is really quite admirable, to say the least. There was a boundary survey. They found 17 encroachments. They also discovered that the legal description of the ranch has never been approved by the county, and they don't have any copy of the title with regard to the ranch, so they're considering hiring an attorney to do a title search. And then finally, they say that it was a very productive year, but I'm just going to mention the challenges moving forward is to, once again, address forest health and fuel reduction programs to keep pace with the problems that exist with regard to, how could we say it, climate change. And also, last but not least, Joellen Butler has served, once again, in a very competent fashion as executive director for many years, and they are going to now, she's retiring, And FFRP is going to be searching for a new executive director, and that's probably one of the most difficult things that they're going to be doing in the coming year, and that's it. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Farmer. Anyone else? Yes.
Two quick things. King Tides is coming up when the tides, one of the highest, lowest tides of the year, so you can go out and check that out. I know Green Space is doing an event.
You missed it.
Yeah, I
We had a
did.
full report on that at the beginning of the meeting.
That's what I get for being late. How about the Dark Skies Conference?
No, not yet. Go ahead.
Okay, the Dark Skies, there's going to be a presentation on Saturday at 6 o'clock, I think at the Rabobank. Is that correct, Harry? Do you know?
Yeah, in fact, I believe that was already mentioned. Maybe it was by Karen. I think that was
Okay.
also brought up. Thank you.
See, that's why I have to get here on time. I apologize for my, there's going to be a demonstration of tiny houses. If you're interested in that, please get in touch with me through my district email, which is arice@cambriacsd.org, if you want more information on that. The Planning Commission is going to be looking at the inclusionary housing ordinance and possible changes on the 24th. That's what I have for now.
Thank you. Future agenda items. Yes, ma'am.
We had a future agenda item that had gotten postponed when I was still president. We were supposed to have the reduced rates for lower income folks for their water and sewer. I think we already provide something for the sewers, but we don't do anything on the water right now. And that was something that was supposed to already be on this, so let's please have that. Do we need to do, I'll do a motion and a vote if you want, but.
No, it'll be on there.
Thank you.
Question, do we know how many people take advantage or use that option in the community?
I think that's why it got pushed, is because we haven't had a chance with all of the other
Right.
important
Right.
priorities. We pushed that, not that this isn't a priority, but we were working on getting
Overcome
that.
the
So
things, yeah.
last time I looked, there was like 220 low-income.
Okay.
And then they can also be, maybe eligible for the fire suppression benefit assessment, but that is general fund. I mean, water is water fund, wastewater is wastewater fund, but fire suppression benefit assessment is general
That's
fund.
general fund. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Future agenda item? All right, then we are adjourned to closed session.